versus Matthew Pahl, 23 CF 1438. And let's have appearances again, please.
Christy Gordon, Sue Opper, Detective Fredericks, and Ms. Gussie for the state.
Attorney Galvis here with Attorney Wolfs, with our client, Mr. Paul, sitting here to the right in custody. Good morning, Judge.
All right, good morning, everybody. Is there anything we need to take up before we start from the state's perspective?
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor, I have one piece of information to share with the court. Upon checking further with Investigator Willis, the spelling of the search term that he used, he has explained that the term is suchen, S-U-C-H-E-N. It's a German word meaning to seek. He abbreviates it as such, S-U-C-H would be the spelling. The pronunciation is S-U-E-K.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And as does our court reporter. Anything from the defense before we start?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, back in April of 2025 of this year, we did an open records request to the county regarding the vehicles that were in the garage at the time of the search. State was aware of it, and we asked the state for it, but they said you need to. They didn't have it or they didn't offer it, so we had to make an open records request. I don't know if the state has that information. We intend to use it next week if our expert does appear and use it for our dog search expert. So I just wanted to make a record that I'm giving it to the state along with what may be state's Defense Exhibit 10, which is kind of a summary of those documents.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And you're actually handing over a packet of materials to the state right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Then anything else, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And
610.
610. What did I say?
I think you just said Exhibit 10.
Oh,
It's
there's
610.
610.
all right. Well,
Sorry.
when and if we get there, we'll make sure that we have it marked and so on. All right. 610. All right. Then with that, we'll bring the jurors in. And Detective Plennis, you can come back up, okay? And then after the jurors come, we'll swear you in again at that juncture. Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to be wearing pinstripes today. It's pinstripe day. In honor of baseball.
I know, you're right. You're right. Only the Brewers and the Yankees have pinstripes. Neither of which are playing tonight.
All rise for the jury. All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Good morning, everybody. I trust that you had a good evening. And we're going to start again. Detective, if you could stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, have a seat, and of course, you still are Nathan Plennis, right?
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So good morning, sir.
Good morning.
When we had left off yesterday, I had you read through a series of Skype messages that were exchanged between Mr. Paul and a woman that you eventually identified as Norma Jean Desierto, correct?
Correct.
Was that a full and complete representation of all the messages between them?
No.
Just some selected excerpts we presented to the jury, correct?
Correct.
There'd be hundreds, if not thousands, of Skype messages between Mr. Paul and Ms. Desierto in reality, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to now put up Exhibit 149 for the witness only, please.
All right, it's up.
And if you could just scroll down just a bit. Okay. Are you able to identify 149?
Yes.
What is 149?
These will be excerpts from Skype conversations between Mr. Paul and Sherlyn Valente.
Ms. Valente is the second woman from the Philippines that he was communicating with on a regular basis?
That's correct.
Okay. And sorry if you said this, what method or application were they using to communicate?
These were Skype?
And these were retrieved or extracted directly from Mr. Paul's phone that was seized in 2022?
Correct.
Okay. Do you believe Exhibit 149 is an accurate representation of some of the messages between Mr. Paul and Ms. Valente?
Yes, it is.
I'll move to admit 149, permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
So we're going to have you read through these again. Unfortunately, there's more of these than there was yesterday, but please read slowly. And if you could, I guess for ease, we didn't make a record of this yesterday, but we've shaded Mr. Paul's conversation in green and Ms. Valente is the color blue, correct?
Correct.
And we've noted the date and time that these conversations are occurring?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and start with line 2 on this page, which is page 1.
This is an outgoing message from Mr. Paul on August 19th, 2022 at 6:43 a.m. Also, you really had no reason to apologize to Stephanie. That was my conclusion after reading your text. It had nothing to do with anything she said. In fact, I don't even talk to her about you. I don't even like talking to her because she just thinks about herself recently anyways. I'm asking you to just leave her alone for now. That's just basically an emergency contact. I don't think she will be a good friend anyways. Sherlyn Valente responds 8/19/22 at 6:46 a.m. She didn't respond yet, so I guess she wouldn't talk to me anymore. Whether she takes it or not, I apologize for my own peace of mind. Matthew Pahl, outgoing on 8/19/22, 7:12 a.m. No of that matters because I asked you once already to stop. I'm not someone at school where your word supersedes everyone else. So I have to tell you this way, don't make me ask you again because I will set it up. I will set it up. Won't be able to talk to her. Also, not only we will be checking on your attorney, but we will be making another stop. And by chance, if you do not agree, then I know I can't proceed with you any further. So I'm not just giving you time to think about it because you won't be able to hide if you're playing games with me. So I'm not going to mention this again until I get there. Valente responds on 8/19/22 at 7:15 a.m. Yeah, none of that matters. It's up to you, hon. Matthew Pahl responds 8/19/22 at 7:29 a.m. So you don't understand? I know it's up to me, just like it's up to you if you want to be honest. If not, then I'll move on. Matthew Pahl again responds at 8:19:22 at 7:30 a.m. I have a lot to do. Sherilyn Valente responds 8:19:22 at 7:31 a.m. I said I do understand. I mean it's okay for me, whatever it is, as long as it is safe. 'Cause I don't have any idea. Matthew Pahl responds 8:19:22 at 7:32 a.m. It's getting close, so I'm just not going to play games with my future. Of course it's going to be safe, but I'm just not going to tell you until I get there. Sherilyn Valente responds 8:19:22 at 7:33 a.m. Okay, you said it is safe, and I trust you. Thar means, it's spelled Tharmeans. I have nothing to worry about. No one is playing games here, hon. You scroll down. Matthew Pahl responds 8:19:22 at 7:36 a.m. To make a long story short, I'm just going to show you that the truth always comes out. So like I said before, just be honest with me about everything before I get there, and there'll be no problems. Matthew Pahl again responds 8:19:22 at 7:38 a.m. Yes, hon, and I'm not trying to make you feel worse. I'm just being honest with you because I'm hoping my future will be in the Philippines with a good, honest girlfriend. Sherilyn Valente responds 8:19:22 at 7:40 a.m. Yes, hon, but hopefully after all these things you want to do, you'll stop suspecting me about things. It's really hard to listen and breathe. Listening, it's Lisrening, to untrue, hurtful words, sometimes okay. Sherilyn Valente again responds 8:19:22 at 7:40 a.m. Thanks, hon. I will rest and be early to bed. Don't really feel good. Matthew Pahl responds 8:19:22 at 7:42 a.m. That's unnecessary right now. Don't make simple things into drama. It will be really easy. Matthew Pahl responds 8:19:22 at 7:43 a.m. Good night for now. It's FIR. Let you emotions settle down. Matthew Pahl again responds at 8:19:22 at 6:23 p.m. I know last Sunday you were very busy when you were mad at me. I just hope you're not telling people about any of our business. That's what I'm very concerned about. Matthew Pahl responds 8:19:22 at 6:23 p.m.
Hang on a second. Do me a favor. It's when you do the numbers, the dates and the times, slow down just a little bit, okay?
Yep.
Just for our quick. Thank you.
If the date stays the same, why don't you just read the time?
I can do that.
Okay.
So this is Matthew Pahl outgoing at 6:23 p.m. Things need to be worked out between us, and other people should not be in our business. I just want you to know that how I feel. Okay, back to sweating. Matthew Pahl responds 9:33 p.m. Just making you think. In order to do what I want to do, I need trust with right women. My uncle did it, so I know I can. When he was gone, his girlfriend, then the future wife did exactly what she was supposed to do. And look where they are today. Matthew Pahl responds 9:41 p.m. Material things don't mean anything to me anymore. I just want to set everything up and make sure that person will be able to take care of me. That's it. That's the whole plan. Matthew Pahl responds on 8/20 of 2022 at 9:45 a.m. Hey, before I forget, were you on Messenger today at 3 p.m. there? Sherilyn Valente responds at 5:31 p.m. Hon, I just checked my Messenger. Look, there were two parents messaging me in the middle of the night. I told you, There are parents like that. It's irritating, unamused. I didn't answer. Matthew Pahl responds, 6:25 p.m. Wait, I'll comment on your feeble defense. As we know, Messenger works when you're on it or when you message through Facebook. Your light goes on, and I'm sorry, but your light was on many times late at night. We won't elaborate on who yet. Matthew Pahl responds at 6:26 p.m., just like I know you were on 53 minutes ago. Matthew Pahl responds at 6:31 p.m., I won't debate with you. When I get there, just hope you pass test, because if you don't, I'll understand you can't change, and that's okay because I'll make change. Matthew Pahl responds 6:32 p.m., you can't lie or make up stories to the test. It's final. It says YN Angel. Matthew Pahl responds at 6:38 p.m., all I ask is loyalty and honesty, and I'll guarantee I will change the right person's life. Anyways, coffee now. Matthew Pahl responds at 6:55 p.m., no light here does not go on when somebody calls you. Both Layla and Stephanie have showed me this before I sent you that computer. Matthew Pahl responds at 6:59 p.m., enough right now, hon. If you want good partner, you have to be one as well. Yes, I know parents have called late. Matthew Pahl responds on 8/21 of 2022, 3:49 a.m. Hey, if you so broke, how you afford food and catnip, if I may ask? Matthew Pahl responds at 3:51 a.m. Oh, I guess you're not broke, or you wouldn't need to borrow. Matthew Pahl responds at 4:09 a.m. Don't tell me what to think or say. Tell that to your husband. Matthew Pahl responds at 4:17 a.m. I'm done with your drama. I'll be talking to the Virgin this morning. She doesn't talk stupid. Matthew Pahl responds at 4:19 a.m. You bet, in fact, she is moving up for me to see first. You hurt yourself with your lies and your B, that's followed by 7 asterisks, so it's B and then 7 asterisks, and your smart mouth. Matthew Pahl responds at 4:20 a.m. Until you can talk to me with respect and stop blaming me for your problems, don't text me. Matthew Pahl responds on 9/5 of 2022 at 6:42 a.m.
Okay, before you read that, let me ask you a question. That's a pretty big gap from August 21 to September 5, correct?
That's correct.
Were there messages in there that we just didn't include in our exhibit?
I believe their messages had stopped and Skype at that point.
There was no communication between Mr. Paul and Ms. Valente for a couple of weeks?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead, please read line 36.
Matthew Pahl responds on September 5th, 2022 at 6:42 a.m. What's the matter? You don't check emails like your messenger. Matthew calls an outgoing call at 11:02 a.m. It's 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 32 seconds. And then Matthew Pahl has an outgoing text at 8:33 p.m. Yep, when I get back, I'll be checking the flight tickets. I can't believe this time is coming soon. And it has happy at the end. Matthew Pahl responds on September 7th, 2022 at 6:37 a.m. Wiggling, W-I-G-G-L-I-N-G. I can't see, don't do any good. You tell that to everyone, that you're going to make it up to them. How? Through dreams? You also had more than a year to be friends with Steph. Now suddenly you want to act like friend. Then back in April, I tell you, just leave her alone. but your excuse is she reached out to you. So what? Sherlyn Valente responds at 6:40 a.m. I'm sorry about Steph. I just realized that she's been so good to me, and all she needed was a friend, and I failed her. Sherlyn Valente responds at 6:42 a.m. I just thanked her because, COZ, despite of everything, she still managed to reach out to me. I felt like my conscience was bothering me. I should have done better. You're right. It was too late. Sorry, hun. Matthew Pahl responds at 7 a.m. I just deleted what I wrote because I'm going to show you on video one day. Yes, you're right, but it's okay because the situation was funny, hun. I told you she wasn't being a good friend either, and to just leave it alone. Chat later about that. I'm washing up now. Sherlyn Valente responds at 7:02 a.m. Okay, hun, sorry again. I know there's no one who knows her best but you. I just want to show her some respect for being kind to me as well. Okay, baby, wash up good. Matthew Pahl responds at 7:33 a.m. I like when I get short, close to honest answers. And it says hysterical in parentheses. Because I already, your phone had a flurry of activity close to 9 a.m., your time. I just don't have the time or patience anymore to keep checking. Either people are going to be honest with me or they're not. If they're not, then they have to move on, and I've gone through too much stress with Steph and her problems. Sometimes I wonder if I'm ever going to get just one woman around me that can be normal. Sherlyn Valente responds at 7:53 a.m. Yes, hun, we will. Everything is different when we meet in person. I know, and you always say it, that you're a sweet and loving person, which I could feel even on screen. I want to feel you and feel me as well. I always pray for us, hun. Matthew Pahl is an outgoing message on September 9th, 2022 at 3:55 p.m. Hun, call me quick. Sherlyn Valente responds at 4:11 p.m. with a call. It's 14 minutes and 10 seconds. Sherlyn Valente at 5:27 p.m. Sends a message. It just says her name. It says Sherlyn, Sherlyn, M. Valente, Valente. And it says, we block, it's BLK, and then a space, the number 5. Samagata, it's Samagta. Floodway. Danglita, it's DALANGHITA, and then ST, period. And it's a capital B, RGY, space, San, SAN, space, Juan, and then space, Tate, TAY, Rizal, RIZAL. Sherlyn Valente responds at 5:28 p.m. 0927516424. Sherlyn Valente responds at 5:31 p.m. Zip code 1920. And Sherlyn Valente calls Mr. Pahl at 5:54 p.m. It's a 57-minute and 52-second call. Matthew Pahl sends a message on September 11th, 2022 at 3:49 p.m. I'm going to delete this text after I tell you something, but I really shouldn't text it. Sherlyn Valente responds at 3:50 p.m. Okay, if it will help you get that out of your chest. Matthew Pahl responds at 3:50 p.m. Can you call me for just 2 minutes? Then I'll let you go after I spank your butt. Sherlyn Valente responds at 4:07 p.m. She calls, and it's a 14-minute and 24-second call. Matthew Pahl replies with a message at 9 p.m. I hope I make it through tomorrow. Nothing stupid happens. Sherlyn Valente responds at 9:03 p.m. That's great. Remember, if you'll be invited for interrogation or anything, it says Renain, it's Renain, calm, because, BCOZ, you can think better when you're calm. Sherlyn Valente responds at 9:04 p.m. After all, you know the truth, and the truth will always come out. Matthew Pahl replies at 9:08 p.m. The family called, and somebody said nobody has seen her. Matthew Pahl replies with another message at 9:08 p.m. or heard.
And that completes Exhibit 149.
Correct.
Thank you. Again, as with the case of Ms. Desierto, there were many, many other messages between Mr. Pahl and Ms. Valente that are not in Exhibit 149, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You heard yesterday afternoon when you were reading the Skype messages with Mr. Pahl and Ms. Desierto, there was a message in which he referred to being with his dad and doing some banky business with his dad and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Did you make an effort to explore any contacts between Mr. Matthew Pahl and his father, Mr. Marvin Pahl?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain phone records to show any contacts between the two of them?
Yes.
And that would be from Matthew Pahl's cell phone provider?
That's correct.
Okay. And you knew the telephone number for Mr. Marvin Pahl as well?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to put up for the witness only 148, please. Do you recognize, oh, is it up?
It's up.
Okay. Do you recognize this document, sir?
Yes.
What is 148?
These are the phone contacts between Matthew Pahl and his father, Marvin Pahl.
And what's the date range on this?
The date range is June 21st of 2022 through September 17th of 2022.
And is this a true and accurate summary of the phone records detailing contact between Matthew Pahl and his father?
Yes.
Move to admit 148 and permission to publish, Your
Any
Honor.
objection?
No, sir.
All right, 148 is admitted. Go ahead.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit, please? Make it a little easier to read. Okay. I'm not going to have you read every one of these.
Thank you.
There's the good news. But I'd like to start at the top, and the very first entry, excuse me, is for a date of June 21 of 2022.
Correct.
Did they have telephone contact that day?
It appears they had a short duration. There was a short duration phone call.
And these are Matthew Pahl's records, so incoming means that his dad was calling him?
Correct.
Okay. So line 1 suggests that his dad called him. It was a 19-second phone call on June 21 of 2022, correct?
Correct.
The next line I see is the date of August 26, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Were there any calls or phone contacts between Matthew Pahl and Marvin Pahl that are not on Exhibit 148 from June 21 to August 26?
Not with the number that we have from Marvin Pahl.
Okay. So it was about 2 months since they had last spoken, according to the phone records that we had available.
Correct.
Okay. And on that date of August 26, it appears Matthew called Marvin, correct?
Yes.
And they spoke for a period of 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Correct.
The next day, Marvin calls Matthew and they speak for over an hour,
Correct.
hour 23 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On the date of September 9th, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 13:06? Well,
Yep.
12:10 and 13:06. There's two phone calls from Matthew to Marvin, both about 17 minutes in length?
That's correct.
Okay. And then on the date of September 11th, I see a 49-minute call from Marvin to Matt.
Correct?
And on the 14th, there's a 32-minute call
Correct?
from Matt to Marvin.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is, unlike the Skype messages we were just talking about, this is a full excerpt of telephone records of the contact between these two men from this date range, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's nothing outside of this that we didn't put in the chart.
Not between Matthew Paul's number and the phone number for Marvin Paul's father.
Okay. Now, the last entry there is on September 17th of 2022, around the hour of 1500, which is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, correct?
Correct?
What was occurring with your investigation at that time?
At that point, there was a search warrant being served at Matthew Paul's residence.
Okay. All right. Continuing with items recovered from Matthew Paul's 2022 cell phone. Were you able to review his web browser history from that device?
Yes.
And were you able to see searches that he may have conducted on the web on that device?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to put up for the witness only, please, 151. Do you recognize 151?
Yes.
What is 151, please?
151 is the search history from Mr. Paul's cellular phone that was taken on September 17th, 2022.
Okay. And is this a document that you generated?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
We take, when we do the forensic download, it's like a Cellbrite is the program that's used. You're able to tag certain items you find for evidence or pertinent items to your investigation. And those items you can flag and then generate a report, which will just pull those out as opposed to the entire phone.
Sure. So he may have been searching for recipes or something, but that wasn't relevant to you, so you wouldn't flag that or tag it.
That's correct.
Okay. So there's other searches, but these are the ones that you thought were relevant to this investigation.
Correct.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate representation of the search history or the web history that you reviewed on Mr. Paul's 2022 phone?
Yes.
Move to admit 151 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, sir. It's admitted, and you may publish.
So in this exhibit, the date and time is actually in reverse order, correct?
Yes.
So that the most recent search he had completed prior to the phone being seized is at top, and then we're going to go down.
Correct.
Okay. So tell us what we're looking at here before we dive into this too much. Can you just explain the various columns, the ones that are relevant or that contain information?
So it'll show, it says title is that, I guess that second box or second column. That'll be the title of the website that a person went to. Then the URL will be the website itself. It'll show the last date that the website was visited, and then the next one will have the last visit. It'll also have the date and the time.
Okay.
And farther over, it goes through. It'll show source was Chrome. That would be the browser that they used to search. And then it shows evidence created, tags. That's us marking that as an evidence. And then it goes through the source file information. I can't speak to everything on the source file information on the fact that it comes from a Samsung.
Mr. Matthew
Pahl's.
Pahl's device? Okay.
Correct, with the Samsung.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go back over, and again, I'm not going to have you read all of these, but just kind of start with first page here, and let's kind of talk through this. These are all searches from the date of September 17th of 2022,
Correct,
and around the time of 12:27 p.m.?
correct.
Okay. So the first one is a search for what?
It is a Waukesha County obituaries.
Okay. Keep going down, please. Row 3.
Thelen, it's Thelen. Funeral services, it's a funeral home in North Prairie.
Okay. Couple of searches for the funeral home, correct?
Correct. Then there's
Then row 5.
row 5 is it's a search results for Pavlons.
Same thing in row 6.
Correct.
Okay, row 7.
Again with Waukesha County obituaries.
Again with the funeral home.
Correct.
Okay. Keep scrolling, please. Okay, let's stop on row 10.
That was, it says dead body found by construction crew in Delafield, Waukesha County News, and it says gmtoday.com.
And what do you know GM Today to be?
That's the Waukesha, Freeman.
Okay, that's their website.
Correct.
Okay. And when was that search occurring?
That is September 17, 2022. It says 12:22 p.m.
All right. Did you ever get a chance to review that article? Was there an article published in the Freeman related to this investigation?
Yes.
And it was available online as well?
Correct.
Did you ever get a chance to review that article?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask to leave 151 for a minute and put up 159. Just for the witness, yes. Thank you.
It's up.
It's up. Okay. Does this look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the article from that URL that's searched.
Okay. And is this a true and accurate depiction of the information that was printed both online and I believe it was in the print newspaper of the Freeman?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move to admit 159, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
159 is admitted.
So we see the headline of the article, correct?
Correct?
And that's the exact way it was termed or phrased in Mr. Pahl's web history, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then if we could scroll down, please. What's in the middle, that picture? What's depicted there?
That would be the overview of a location where the body was discovered.
Okay. And is this the entirety of the information that was published in this newspaper article?
Yes.
Merely says that a dead body was found and refers to it as a deceased person, correct?
Correct.
No identification made of who the person was,
No.
not even the gender of the person.
No.
And to your knowledge, sir, is this the extent of the information that was made known publicly by the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
This was actually from a press release that went out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At no time did you publicly identify the deceased as Stephanie Pavlons?
No.
No time did you ever say this was a deceased female in the woods, anything like that?
No.
Okay. No details other than this?
Correct.
Okay. All right. If we could please go back to 151, please. So we were on line 10. Again, please continue to scroll through the rows, please. More searches for Ms. Pavlons on the 17th.
Correct.
More searches for for the name Pavlons on the 16th.
Correct.
And obituary searches.
Correct.
Okay. Keep scrolling, please. Now we're on the date of the 16th. So appears from this almost every day These same search terms are being used. Pavlons, correct?
Correct.
Obituaries are being searched, correct?
Correct.
That same newspaper article is being searched, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Keep scrolling, please. Now we're on the date of September 15th. Exact same thing, right?
Correct.
Okay. Keep scrolling. The 14th, September 13th. Checking obituaries, checking the news articles,
Correct.
and checking on Pavlons, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to this, or when all this web history is going on, you had not yet spoken to Matthew Pahl, correct?
I personally did not speak to Mr. Paul at all in any interview. So I had never spoken with Mr. Paul. No law enforcement had spoken with Mr. Paul
Okay.
at this point.
No law enforcement at all? No, not Detective Fredericks, nobody from your department had interviewed him yet and said Stephanie was missing?
Correct.
Okay. Keep going, please. September 13th. Keep going. Now we're on September 12th, same types of searches.
Correct.
Obituaries, funeral homes, and the name of Pavlons, correct.
Correct.
September 12th. Keep scrolling, please. September 11th, same searches.
Correct.
September 10th. Well, there's a search for a towing service on the 10th.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Did that have any relevance to your investigation, sir?
No.
Okay. September 10th. Same search terms.
Correct.
Okay, now we're on line 58 or row 58. We're on the date of September 3, 2022,
Correct.
correct? Same search terms?
Yes.
Okay. Some other Google entries there, not relevant to this investigation, correct?
Those were storage
Okay,
searches, and at that point, we didn't know if there were storage locations that were pertinent or involved in anything with this investigation, so that at that point, in the beginning of this investigation, that was something that was flagged as evidence in case there could be anything
okay, I see.
later learned.
All right, what about row 62 there, the name of Richard D. or Rich Pavlons? What's the relevance of that?
Well, that's Stephanie's father's name, and I believe that was also her brother's name.
Her brother that passed away?
Correct.
Okay. And that was a search on August 31 of 2022?
That's correct.
Okay, keep scrolling, please. August 29th, same search terms.
Correct.
August 28th, Stephanie Pavlons,
Correct.
obituaries. August 26th, search for Stephanie Pavlons on line 71,
Correct.
and obituaries.
Correct.
And then we get to the end, which is August 24th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And even Mr. and Mrs. Pavlons didn't know that their daughter was deceased until the date of September 12th, correct?
That's correct.
All right, sir. I'm going to move on from Mr. Paul's cell phone, and I'm going to ask you about some other records that you obtained. Were you able to obtain Facebook records for Stephanie Pavlons' Facebook account?
Yes.
And Mrs. Pavlons had told you at that first interview that she had a Facebook page, correct?
Correct.
And she showed it to you, and you were able to see that she had it under a different name. Is that right?
That's correct.
What name did she have it under?
She had it under Stephanie Hall.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a court order authorizing you to get the Facebook records for Stephanie Pavlons
Yes.
from Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the same method that you had kind of described for T-Mobile? I assume they send these to you in a digital format?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, was this a large amount of data or records?
Yeah, there were quite a few records.
Okay. Did you go through the whole thing?
Yes.
Quite a bit of work.
There was, yes.
Okay. I'm going to start out with Exhibit 188, please. For the witness only.
It's up.
All right. Did you come across a Facebook conversation that Ms. Pavlons was having with a person by the name of Andy Zakos?
Yes.
And that's spelled Czaszkos, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The range of the messages between Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Zakos go from June 30th of 2022 up until August 19th of 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is a total of 8 pages here?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate representation of the Facebook exchange between Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Zakos?
Yes.
Did we omit or leave out any conversations in this exhibit?
No.
Okay. Move to omit 188, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
180 admitted.
So the very first entry we see here is June 30th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And when you had met with Mrs. Pavlons in September, she shared with you and Detective Fredericks the last post that she could see on Stephanie's page, which was also dated June 30th of 2022. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Let me put up, what's the number on that one? Do you remember? Sorry, Judge, we've located it. 204 for the witness only. Well, no, this has been admitted and published. So we'll put that up, 204. Remember now that Mrs. Pavlons had shared this with you and Detective Fredericks.
Yes.
And this is what Stephanie put out so that anybody that was friends with her on Facebook would see it. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now if we could go back to 188, please. And the first thing we see is an entry from Andy on that date of June 30, 2022 at 7:17 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And he says, I'm always your friend, right?
Correct.
And then around this time of June 30, all of the other entries on this page 1 are conversations between Stephanie Pavlons and Andy Zakos, kind of sharing their feelings with each other and indicating that they, or Andy basically says, they talk about getting together, right?
Yes.
And Andy shares that he's been depressed, correct?
Correct.
And the middle of the page at 11:02 p.m. UTC, which is Universal Time, correct?
Correct.
And so we have to do some math if we want to know the time in Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Correct.
-5?
Yes. -5
Okay.
this time.
And so she writes, I've been in a dark place myself for a little while now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then she goes on and says, I'm sorry about how your son made you feel. I do know how that hurts deeply, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then at the bottom there, Mr. Zakos continues to say how depressed he is and he's upset and he's crying.
Yes.
And she replies, Stephanie replies at 23:53 UTC. Yes, plus feeling like your existence is worthless and hurtful to others. I feel like I don't even deserve to breathe air, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then they keep scrolling down, please. They continue this conversation. On July 1, at 01, or at the time of 0001, UTC,
Yes?
what is Stephanie right there, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Please know that you are not alone and realize that kids sometimes don't realize how bad they hurt parents' feelings in the heat of things.
And what's the next thing she says?
I will say a prayer for you. Sounds like we both need some fun and healing.
Okay. And then Andy replies,
It's been almost 4 weeks of tears. Now the tears start flowing again. When will the pain go away?
what does she say?
It's IDK, so I don't know. Still working on it myself.
Okay. And if you could please scroll down. Keep going. We're going to move further down. They continue to have some conversations on July 1st, July 3rd, correct?
Correct?
Okay. And Mr. Zakos is explaining about the argument or the disagreement he had with his son, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Keep going. Keep going. We're going to, okay, go back up, please. All right. So now we're on like the July 21 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And she says, or I'm sorry, he says at 10:41 UTC, I've been depressed a lot, happiness is gone, right?
Correct.
And what does she say?
Maybe we can change that.
And Andy's reply?
How?
And she says,
By getting together Saturday if you're not busy.
okay, keep reading the exchange, please.
Contact me later when you're not busy, all right? Andy replies, after 2:30. Stephanie replies, yes, that's fine.
Then on the date of, there's apparently no more contact between them on Facebook, right?
According to the records, yes.
Okay, and then on August 18th of 2022, what does Stephanie say?
Hey, Andy, how are you doing? He replies, I'm okay, just relaxing. Stephanie replies, I'm bored and starting laundry. Want to get together tonight.
Okay, Andy says what?
What city are you in these days?
And Stephanie says,
You could come out to Delafield and we could get some dinner.
okay. We're on page 7 now. What do we see in page 7?
That's a picture of Miss Pavlons.
Okay. Can you tell where this picture is taken?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you observe the black vest that she's wearing in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears she's got somewhat of a smile on her face?
Yes.
Okay. All right, keep going down to page 8. Okay, so after, did Stephanie send that picture to Andy? Is that what that means?
Yes.
Okay. And then after she sends that picture, what does he say?
He replies, I have my son here, plus I work in the morning. Stephanie replies, how well does he eat/behave? I'm very friendly and could really use some company. Andy replies, we already ate dinner, that's why I'm relaxing. What's wrong that you could use some company? And it shows that Stephanie called Andy.
Okay. And they talk for how long?
The duration is, it says 11:36.
Okay. And then the next entry on August 19th, 2022 at 0133 UTC. This is from Stephanie?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
It just says, and I'm sorry about not getting back to you. I ended up putting the closing, the dryer. And then I put some makeup pond, and I don't know what I thought. I was going to go maybe into one of these bar/restaurants, but I just ended up going to the gas station and picking up some Blue Moon. I'm out walking. I put some shoes on that I got at Good Grill, and they're absolutely killing my feet. So I took them off, and I'm walking barefoot outside, listening to my music, so I'm okay. I just wanted to apologize. I'm sorry for not calling you back sooner. Give me a call tomorrow if you want.
Okay, and then Andy replies?
He ended up stating, okay, I'm in bed.
Okay. And that was the extent of the Facebook messages between Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Zakos starting in June of 2022 through August 19th of 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you also find Facebook messages that appeared to have been on Stephanie Pavlon's account, but sent to Sherlyn Valente?
Yes.
I'd like to display for the witness only 152. Do you see 152 on your screen, sir?
I do.
Can you please identify it?
This is going to be a Facebook exchange contacts between Stephanie's Facebook account and Sherlyn Valente.
And what is the date range on these messages, please?
Can you scroll
Well,
back?
yeah, yes, sorry. What, too fast. Right there. Sorry. All right, we're displaying for the witness only the bottom part of page 1. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see there's entry there about halfway down the page beginning on August 13, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's further entries on September 2 of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And beyond?
Correct.
Okay. Are these a true and accurate representations of entries on Stephanie Pavlon's Facebook records showing communication between her account and Sherlyn Valente?
Yes.
Okay. Move for 152, move for admission and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted and may be published.
I want to focus on the last two entries there. Well, last three. August 13th, 2022. There's an entry there, correct?
Correct.
And this is an incoming message?
Yes, it lists the author as the She Lin account.
Okay. And are you familiar with the She Lin account?
That'll be the account associated with Sherlyn Valente.
Okay. And what does She Lin say?
She states, "Hi, Steph. How are you doing? I'm sorry for not responding these few months. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that I value our friendship. I really do. And thank you. You've been nice to me since day one, and I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great night there."
On these records, is there appear to be any response from Stephanie Hall to that message from Ms. Valente?
There weren't any in the records, no.
Okay. And again, on this exhibit, we did not select excerpts for this exhibit. This is exactly the record as we obtained it.
Correct.
Okay. The next entry I see is on the date of September 2, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And from your investigation and the information throughout the entire police investigation to include information from the medical examiner's office and the entomologist. We know that Stephanie Pavlons is dead on September 2 of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
There's an incoming message from Ms. Valente on that date?
Correct?
Okay, what does it say?
It says, "Hi, what is it? Sorry, I just read."
Next entry?
What is that about? Sorry, I'm at work, but you can text me anytime.
And what's the reply from Stephanie? Date and time, please.
There's a reply on September 4th, 2022. It's listed as 10:05 UTC. What's happened with you and Matt?
Okay, keep going, please.
The Sheilin account, Ms. Valente replies on September 4th, 2022 at 10:07 UTC. "Hi, I don't know. I'm clueless. I really didn't. It's REALLYNDINT. Know what's happening. Do you have any idea? Cuz, COZ, I've been worrying so much." 10:04 UTC, Sheilin sends, "Please help me." And the Sheilin account also sends something at 10:09, but I don't know what the body is because it didn't show up in the records.
So those are usually like some kind of emoji or
Some
graphic?
something like that usually.
Okay. Okay, keep going. 10:11 UTC?
I don't want to lose him, Steph. Sheilin at 10:33 UTC. He never gave me his real name. At 10:34 UTC, Sheilin stated, "But I respect him. If he doesn't want to, that's okay with me."
Okay.
Sheilin states at 10:40 UTC, "Steph, I don't have trusted friends either, and I'm glad I met you. In fact, I'm really getting shy with you because I don't want you to think that I only talk to you when I need something. No, it's not that. One day, I'll make it up to you." Then at 10:40, the Sheilin account, like, it just says like. I don't know if she liked something, but it just says like. And then Sheilin states at 10:40 again, "What made him mad?" Sheilin states at 10:41, "I don't want him get mad." Sheilin states at 10:43, "I'm sorry, Steph, if it seemed I'm not interested. I don't mean that." On 9/4 at 10:54 UTC, the Stephanie's account, the Stephanie Hall account, sends a message, "I have bellyache. I need to find medicine. If he says anything, I'll just tell him you care very much, and I just reached out to you. Sorry I have to rest, but please take care of yourself. And so you know, he always cared for you very much." At 10:54, the Sheilin account reacts with a heart to the message. At 10:58 UTC, the Sheilin account states, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you take meds, Steph, and you take care of yourself. I just feel relieved talking to you. I'm so worried about him, and I care for him so much that hopefully we overcome this. And sorry, too, if I don't open my messenger much. I just opened this for work, but I'll surely can receive your messages. Take a rest, Steph. Thank you for reaching out. I really do appreciate it so much. Have a great day." On 9/5 of 2022, the Sheilin account, at 1:43 UTC, the Sheilin account states, "Hi, Steph. It's my vacant period. How are you? How's your tummy?" The Sheelan account sends a message on 9/7 of 2022 at 1:41 UTC. Hi, Steph, how are you? Hope you're okay now and feel better. Matt and I are now okay. Thank you so much for your advice. Hopefully someday I can make it up to you. Thanks, thanks, thanks. Sheelan account sends a message at 3:23 UTC. Thanks for advice, Steph. That's so sweet of you. I'll keep that on mind. Have a good night's sleep. On 9/10 of 2022 at 20:36 UTC, the Stephanie Hall account, so Stephanie's account, sends a message, keep in mind, baby, or good spanking, ha. The Sheelan account reacts to this message on September 11th of 2022 at 5:04 UTC. And then the Sheelan account sends a message at 5:06 UTC. You're silly. I just opened Messenger in case you wonder, because it's BCOZ. I'll do my lesson for next week, okay? Morrissey, Morrissey, will accompany me in the grocery store at 3 p.m. He's working with his painting, so I'll do my stuff first.
Okay. And that completes the exchange of messages between the Stephanie Hall account and the Sherlyn Valente account.
That's correct.
Okay. From Ms. Pavlon's Facebook records, were you also able to see, in the relevant time period that we're talking about here, from August 23 to September 9 of 2022, attempted phone contacts from her daughter, Layla?
Yes.
Is it accurate to say that Ms. Pavlons and her daughter, Layla, communicated via Facebook frequently?
Yes.
Messages and phone calls?
Correct.
And it's possible to call somebody through Facebook, correct?
It is.
Okay. And I would like to put up for the witness only Exhibit 183, please.
All right, it's up.
Okay, and we're going to scroll down. Were you able to see? Or do you want to go back up to
Yeah,
page one?
Go back up.
Right there. Whoop. Bottom half, please.
Yes.
Keep going. Okay. Do you recognize 183?
Yes.
Okay. This is a 2-page document.
Correct.
And this is 2 pages taken out of hundreds of pages of contacts between Ms. Pavlons and her daughter, Layla, correct?
That's correct. These are not the only communications they had.
Okay. But within the exhibit, we didn't remove anything from one line to another, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you believe that 183 is a true and accurate representation of this portion of Ms. Pavlon's Facebook records?
Yes.
Move to admit 183, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's admitted, you may publish.
All right, I'm going to ask you to focus, Ms. Gussie, on the bottom half of page 1. So are we seeing a series of missed phone calls from Layla on Ms. Pavlon's account on the bottom of page 1 there, sir?
Yes, we are.
And when did the calls begin?
It's August 25th, 2022, and it's 21:32 UTC time.
Okay. And then there's 3 more missed calls the next day on August 26th of 2022.
Correct?
Okay, and then turn to page 2, please, right there. The very next entry on the top of page 2, please.
That is a message from Layla, and on August 27, 2022, at 1500 UTC.
And what does Layla write?
It says, fine, you know what, fuck you too.
All right, thank you. You could take that one down. All right, we're getting there. Through your investigation, Detective Plennis, did you also obtain email records for Matthew Pahl?
Yes.
And did you specifically recall or obtain records of an email conversation between Mr. Pahl and Sherlyn Valente from the date of August 26th of 2025?
Yes.
I'd like to put up Exhibit 153 for the witness only, please. Do you recognize 153?
Yes.
What is 153?
153 is an email message from, it's a reply, but it's an email message between Sherlyn Valente and an email account that Mr. Pahl used. Identified, the name of the email is Phoenix, it's Phoenix 48481 @gmail.com.
And it indicates that the email exchange was with Miss Sherlyn Valente, correct?
That's correct.
And it appears to be like her work email.
That's correct.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate representation of this email exchange between Mr. Pahl and Miss Valente?
Yes.
Move to omit 153, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Well, sir,
All right, it's admitted, you may publish.
And this is another one we have to read from the bottom up, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we could start at the bottom and tell us what we see there, please.
That's the original message from Sherlyn Valente, and it's dated 8/26 of 2022. This is where times are going to be a little difficult, but it's 5:59 a.m. and it's listed as GMT time. But it's from Sherlyn to Matthew Pahl's email. The subject states, "I love you so much, hon. Please don't give up on us." Please is spelled PLWASE.
And does Mr. Pahl respond?
He does respond on Friday, August 26th, 2022, and it says 2029. "I can't say much now, but I think something bad happened here. Don't ask me through text. I'm not going into texting battles with you. When you're ready to be honest, I'll consider things. Right now, I need to focus and stay positive. Unfortunately, people around me have been drawing me into negativity."
And what's her reply?
Sherlyn replies, "I won't ask. I'll wait for you when you're ready to tell, hon. I care about you. You're important to me. I won't do things that will hurt you. I love you, hon, so much. I'm sorry for adding to your troubles. Please come back to me, hon. I love you."
All right, Detective Plennis, I'm now moving forward to the date of September 18, 2023. Is that date familiar to you?
Yes.
What happens on that date?
A search warrant was done at Mr. Pahl's residence, and he was arrested at that time.
Okay. And at that time, was a second cell phone device seized from Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
So he had a new phone in 2023 because you still had his old phone from 22, correct?
Correct.
Again, were you able, not you personally, but members of the sheriff's office, able to extract the data from that phone?
Yes.
For the witness only, please put up 155.
All right, it's up.
You see what's displayed there, sir?
Yes.
And do you recognize this? This is a list of files from a digital folder, correct?
Correct?
And you recognize these items, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This will be the tagged items or Cellbrite report for Mr. Pahl's cellular phone.
Okay. And was it the same process where members of the computer lab extract the device and then turn over the entire extraction to you,
Correct.
and then you're able to sort through it.
They download or extract the evidence from the information from the phone, and we're able to access it in the computer lab.
Okay. And that's what Exhibit 155 is?
Correct.
Okay. Moving to admit 155, but I don't need to publish it, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, 178 for the witness only, please.
Hang on one second. Do you have any objection to its admission?
No, sir.
Okay. It's admitted. Go ahead.
All right, 178.
All right, it's up.
Do you recognize 178?
Yes.
What is 178?
This will be the PDF report from screenshots or images that were found in Mr. Pahl's phone that was obtained in 2023.
Okay. And you generated this document?
Yes.
And as you've described for us earlier, was it the same process on your end that as you go through the phone, you tag or bookmark relevant items?
That's correct.
And then you're able to generate this report?
Correct.
Okay, if you could just go through the pages very quickly so he can verify. Okay. Is 178 a true and accurate representation of the screenshots or the images recovered from Mr. Pahl's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 178, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It's admitted. You may publish.
Thank you. Sir, this is 6 pages long. We're not going to go through every one of these, but whether you need to refer to the report or just off of your memory, can you tell us generally what types of screenshots or images you found on Mr. Pahl's device that were of note to this investigation?
There was a screenshot of the scene of something that would have been on the news or a website from the news in regards to when we were on scene when Ms. Pavlons' body was located. There are screenshots of the Waukesha County medical examiners, Dr. Scheel, I believe Dr. Bidzricki was in there. There are some images of medications, like a sertraline is in there. There was an image of undetermined deaths. There was a picture of Ms. Pavlons' driver's license. The Waukesha County Sheriff's Department press release that was sent out to the media the day that we located Ms. Pavlons' body was in there. There were some things in regards to, I believe, there's the picture of a prescription pill bottle that was, I believe, for Ms. Pavlons. There were some other things in regards to like coroners and such.
Coroners?
Yeah, coroners.
Like medical examiners?
Medical examiners.
Okay.
A picture of another medication for Ms. Pavlons. And there was, I can't recall exactly, there's some type of Rule 23 for inquests, some type of law documentation.
And specific to like probable cause and search warrants, things like that?
Correct.
And these were images on his device as if he had perhaps they came through a screenshot.
Correct.
Okay. Circumstantial evidence?
Yes, that was one of them.
Okay. And again, these would have all been from the time of September of 22 through September of 23.
Correct.
So a full year after Stephanie's dead.
That's correct.
Okay. There's the medical examiners. There's Dr. Scheel that testified for us the other day, correct?
Correct. There was the picture, like a screenshot of an injury, or there's a cut or mark or scar on a wrist, which was associated with an email from, I believe, Stephanie Pavlons to her mother.
Okay.
There were screenshots of CCAP or Wisconsin Circuit Court access. Unknown what was searched, but just a screenshot of CCAP.
Okay.
There was contact information for the Detective Bureau captain at the time. There were some duplicates.
Okay, I think we get the idea there. Thank you. You can take down 178 and please put up for the witness only 179. And what is 179, please?
This is going to be the web history of Mr. Paul's newer cell phone.
Okay. And this one also goes backwards, right?
That's correct.
From time date. And it starts September 11, 2023.
Yes.
And if you can move down to the bottom of the exhibit, please. Through September 15 of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you created this by tagging the items as you went through the extraction?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation of Mr. Paul's search history on his 2023 cell phone?
Yes.
Move to omit 179, permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right. It's admitted, you may publish.
Start, sure, you can start at the bottom, that's good. So we're on the date of September 15, 2023, correct?
Correct.
All right, and we're seeing some searches for the Waukesha County Medical Examiner?
Correct.
Yes? Okay. Obituaries, still searching for obituaries and Pavlons?
That was in August of 2023.
Okay. Searching about moving overseas in August of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Obituary from August 16th of 2023 and a search for Pavlons?
Correct.
Okay. Searching about certain drugs?
Yes.
Okay. No, September 11th, back searching for the medical examiner?
Correct.
And then as you had described, searching about coroners and inquests and things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can take down 179. All right, the last thing I have for you, Detective Plennis, is that you were aware that on September 18th of 2023, you just testified for us, they executed a search warrant at Mr. Paul's residence, correct?
Correct.
And there were several items seized from his apartment on that date as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember an object described as sort of a briefcase or a computer bag that contained travel documents and things like that in it?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 171. And I'd like you to focus on this document right here in the middle. And please tell the jury what that item is.
This is, it says, "Welcome to the Philippines." Their Bureau of Customs, the travel document. The arriving travelers and crew must fill this customs baggage declaration form.
Okay, so when you travel internationally, usually when you're on the plane, they give you this form and say you got to fill it out before you get there, right?
Correct.
Okay, and is that what that looks like to you, sir?
Yes.
Does this document travel for Mr. Paul to the Philippines in 2023?
Yes.
Indicating that he arrived there on March 16th of 2023?
Yes.
And then departed in June?
I know he did depart in June, yes.
June of 2023 he departed.
Correct.
And you got a call from Homeland Security about that, right?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I guess during the investigation, we didn't know where things were going to go at this point. We didn't know where we were. We wanted to know, we knew that Mr. Paul, and there was talk of traveling to the Philippines. So we had placed an alert to just be notified when or if Mr. Paul purchased tickets and was going to leave the country. Mr. Paul left in March of 23, and I did get a call, I believe it was June 14th it was June 14th or June 13th of 23, just advising me that he was about to land in Chicago on his return from the Philippines. That was kind of the extent of that.
Okay. So unfortunately, they did not tell you when he left like you had asked them to.
They did not.
Okay. All right, just 1 second, please. All right, thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
All right. Let's take a break, folks. It's 9:56. It's about 10 minutes break or so, okay? All right, have a seat then, and you can step down, sir. Anything else before we break from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Oh, sir.
Okay, very good. Stand down.
All rise for the jury.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All 14 jurors have returned, and you're finished with the witness, Ms. Opper, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. If you can't hear me, let me know. Apparently, I've been told he talks off. But you reviewed all of Mr. Paul's digital devices that were recovered out of his residence in 2022 and 2023. True?
All of them?
Correct.
Not all of them.
You did review some of his devices, along with Ms. Pavlons' devices that were recovered inside his residence, true?
I went through some of them, yes.
And based upon what the jury just saw, he apparently was using his own devices, but also Ms. Pavlons' devices after she disappeared on August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And I'm not sure if you were ever told, but he did tell the detectives who interviewed him in September 17th, 2022, when he was arrested, that he was using Ms. Pavlons' devices after she disappeared. So he actually told the truth, correct?
If that's what he told them, yes.
And in reviewing the devices for both Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Paul, Ms. Pavlons was also communicating with at least one of these two women in the Philippines, true?
True.
Do you know which one she was communicating with?
I know with, obviously, Ms. Valente. I do believe she also spoke possibly with Ms. Desierto, but I know for sure Ms. Valente.
And again, if you can refresh my memory, which one of the women in the Philippines was nicknamed the Virgin?
The Virgin was Ms. Desierto, so that would have been the Meijin account on Skype, but that would have been Norma Jean Desierto.
Did you see any messages from Ms. Pavlon's digital device to the Virgin?
I know she referenced the Virgin, but I can't say that I saw necessarily, I recall, messages to. There may have been.
And, I mean, you saw the note, correct? That was discovered in Mr. Pahl's vehicle by the crime lab, true?
True.
If I can show the witness exhibit number 430, which already has been published.
$430, was it, Mr. Galavisi?
Correct.
Thank you.
And can also publish this to the jury.
1 second. I don't have 430.
Well, this is Defense Exhibit 430, Judge. I'm not sure what number the state gave it.
Well, the actual
don't
note
publish it.
is 53. I don't know about the photograph of the note, sir.
Well, I asked.
This is a photograph of the note, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then, sure, you can show it to the witness, and it's already been shown to the jurors, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then so 430 is a new exhibit, all right? Very good, thank you.
Now, Mr. Honest, Detective Honest, sorry, I didn't mean to say anything bad, but you see the note in front of you, true?
Yes.
And that's the note that was recovered from Mr. Pahl's vehicle on September 20th, 2022?
That was recovered from his vehicle.
How do you know that's the actual note recovered from the vehicle?
Because that was the note underneath the floor mat when the crime lab processed the vehicle.
You were there when it was processed?
Yes.
And you could see that the crime lab has put their notes on the side of that exhibit, true?
Yes.
And in that, again, could you read that note for the jury?
You want the whole note read?
Yes, sir.
I hate you. I hate being blamed for shit I didn't do. I'm done being used, abused, and taken for granted. All you care about is yourself and what you can use people for. My parents are the same way. I'm not allowed to speak my mind around you, drive, spend money, or even feel good. Karma came back to you to cause you your foot injury, not me. Go be with your virgin, because I'm done, and keep the fucking money. It's what you've done best. It says, and then it says PIN for card 4488. It says PIN for phone 6-1-03. By the way, my parents wanted me to get a job so I could get a car.
No. Judge, I have to ask. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. This was already introduced to the jury.
Yeah, just watch out, it's open, so it doesn't slide out. Sure.
Can you, again, look at that exhibit? Does that appear to be the note that was taken out of the pickup truck?
Yes.
Are you sure that that's the same note taken out of the pickup truck?
It looks like the same note that was taken out of the pickup truck?
Correct.
I would say this is the note that came out of the pickup truck.
Well, I'm zooming exhibit number 430 that you, on the screen, and you could clearly see the lines or border lines on, or margin lines on the left side of that exhibit, true?
True?
And yesterday, at least the paper copy that you have in front of you, you couldn't see it, but I think it was determined that they do exist there through another witness. But,
I'm sorry, I don't.
as you stare at exhibit number 53, the actual note, can you see the border lines? Or margin lines?
The margin lines. No. I can't easily see them.
If you examine the bottom of exhibit number 53 and compare it to the bottom of exhibit number 430, do the bottoms appear to be similar, or the exact?
No.
What is different about the photograph and the actual note?
It appears that maybe the bottom corner is missing.
Well, if you can count, after the, it says, get a job so I could get a car, I think it says on the note, how many spaces are there before you get to the bottom on exhibit number 430?
It's like 7? Yeah, 7.
And how many spaces do you see on the actual note?
About 3 on one corner, and then about 5 on the other.
But does it appear that part of the actual note is missing?
Part of the paper at the bottom, yes.
And I mean, you examined the Daily Planner and the other book that Georgianne Pavlons gave to you, true?
True.
One she gave you on September 12, 2022, and the other book she gave you on September 29, 2022, true?
True.
And you read the excerpts in those books that apparently were written by Miss Pavlons, true?
True.
In your examination of those written items that Ms. Pavlons apparently wrote, that handwriting matches exhibit number 53 that I just gave you, true?
I'm not a handwriting expert, but I would say it is believed that Ms. Pavlons wrote those calendar or the daily planners, and it would appear that it's similar handwriting here.
And reading the reports for September 12th, when you were over there, Ms. Pavlons, Georgianne Pavlons gave you that notebook. She recovered that in Stephanie's bedroom, true?
True.
And she also showed you 2 empty bottles of alprazolam, true?
I believe so.
And she also showed you filled bottles of seizure medicine, true?
I don't recall necessarily what the meds were for, but yes, there was medicine and there was talk of Stephanie having seizures.
So she also pointed out that Stephanie must have forgotten her seizure medicine when she left the last time she saw her, true?
I don't recall exactly what she stated, but if she has the meds, they weren't with Stephanie.
Did you actually see the bottles yourself, the seizure med bottles?
No, I honestly don't recall.
And when you got to the site on September 9th, 2022, I mean, there were deputies helping you monitor the wooded area, true?
There were deputies around, yes. Obviously, there was the whole scene was taped off with the yellow tape.
And some of those deputies were helping you interview people on site,
Deputies did speak with people on site, yes. I
the
think
construction
the
workers.
construction worker, I think that was Deputy Frischello.
And that deputy's report indicated that the Jason,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
but it was learned by people on site that the female subject, I mean, the person laying in the woods was a female, true?
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
1 second. I'll sustain the objection.
But you yourself examined the person laying in the woods, true?
I did.
I mean, you could tell it was a human at one point in time?
I could tell it was a human.
You could
yes.
tell it was wearing a bra?
I could tell that there was a bra on.
And you, again, accompanied the body to the medical examiner's office?
No,
You helped load the body?
correct.
And were you present when Detective Fredericks interviewed the medical examiner on September 12th?
I believe I was with him when we went and talked to Dr. Scheel on the 12th, yes.
And were you present when Dr. Shield told Detective Fredericks that the body died at that location?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
Judge, that was testified to by Detective Fredericks already.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Next question.
Were you present when Dr. Shield was talking to Detective Fredericks?
Yes.
Did Dr. Shield convey to you what she thought when the body passed away?
I believe when we were on site on the 9th, it was talked within, I think said 3 to 4 weeks maybe. I don't recall, she didn't give us an exact date at that time, like, oh, Ms. Pavlons passed on this time because we didn't know who she was and she couldn't give us a date at that time.
Did she give you a date when you interviewed her on September 12th?
I don't believe so.
She didn't give you any information.
Not in regards to the actual date.
Did she give you an opinion as to when she thought the person laying in the woods passed away?
I believe it was 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah. That was on September 12th?
I believe so.
Again, going back to the diaries that you read that apparently were written by Ms. Pavlons, it appeared that when she got depressed or when she got abused, that she would turn to thoughts of killing herself.
Yeah, there were thoughts of killing herself at times when she was having rough patches in her life.
And she also mentioned at least one time where she actually took a whole bottle of Oxycontin,
That's what was referenced, yes.
but it didn't work.
That's what the journal stated, yeah.
Now, there's been testimony that on August 20th, 2022, Mr. Paul picked up Ms. Pavlons at the Pavlons residence on that day. Did you see evidence of that?
I believe there may have been a text of some sort of coming to pick her up, possibly.
If I showed you the text, would it refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Judge, I'm just going to show you this to the witness.
Sure.
I think it's been published already. Can you see it, the text?
Not up
Oh,
yet.
yes.
You have to let our clerk know when it's ready, please.
Say it's ready.
It's got in front of him.
Yep, it just showed up.
Does that appear to be the text that Ms. Pavlon said to Mr. Paul to go pick her up?
Yeah, this would have been through Skype, but yes, there'd be a message from from Stephanie to Mr. Paul.
Judge, can I ask that this be published to the jury again?
It's already been admitted at me. Wait, hang on.
It has not been admitted.
This is not. These have not. That's, is that 490? Okay. It hasn't been published yet. Do you have any objection to its admission at this juncture?
I apologize because I was looking at looking for the exhibit in my computer. Was the foundation, my objection would be foundation, Your Honor. If the court is satisfied foundation's been laid, then I don't object.
He said he's looked at it, and I'll allow it. It's admitted, and you may publish it.
Could you read the note or the text, the message?
Just from the top,
Yes, sir.
it's on August 20th, 2022, it lists 8:10 a.m. And this would be from Stephanie to Matt on Skype. Can you just come and get me so I don't have to deal with them?
Can you read the Skype message at number 339?
That one's also, these are all on 8:20 right now. So this is at 8:11 a.m. And this is from Stephanie to Mr. Paul. It says, and all their questions.
Again, on the exhibit 53, Ms. Pavlons is commenting about her parents to the note she had left.
Is 53 the letter? Or
Correct.
the note? Yes.
And in those Skype messages that Mr. Paul was sending to at least one of the women in the Philippines, some of those occurred on August 20th, 2022.
The messages about just in general, like what messages?
The messages that the jury just saw, some of them were dated August 20th, 2022 to the person in the Philippines.
Okay.
Right, so I mean, you've seen evidence that on that same day, Mr. Paul did pick up Ms. Pavlons and brought her to his apartment building?
Yes.
And she apparently, based on timing, she was there in the apartment when Mr. Paul was sending these messages to the woman in the Philippines, true?
Yes.
So, and do you know whether or not, if you can remember, was Mr. Paul sending messages to the Virgin at that point in time?
I believe he was, at that point in time, he was communicating with both Ms. Desierto and Ms. Valente.
So I think the other one was nicknamed the teacher?
So there's the teacher and the Virgin.
And again, this is while Ms. Pavlons is apparently at the apartment building, true?
That he's communicating with?
Correct.
Yes.
And again, the Virgin is mentioned in the note.
Okay. Yes.
Now, you have been to the orthopedics building a number of times, true?
Yes.
And there's only one entry into the building from Gulf Road into the parking lot and one exit, true?
Yes.
That's on the east side, true?
Yes.
So everybody that is going to orthopedics has to enter from the same area, true?
Correct.
Everybody who wants to leave has to exit the same exit, true?
Yes.
And based upon your investigation of looking at the videos in this case, it appeared every time Mr. Paul went to orthopedics, he would park in the handicap zone?
Objection vague as to which videos, Your Honor?
Overrule. You can answer that.
I can't say I've watched every video and know exactly where he parked on every video, but I know at times he did park in the handicap spot.
I mean, he did have a handicap sticker, true?
I believe he had a hang tag, yeah.
In fact, if you know, on the date of August 23rd, 2022, after he left his apartment with Ms. Pavlon and went to the Quick Trip, he parked in the handicap zone, true?
Okay, I don't know if it was, don't recall if it was the handicap spot, but
I'm showing you is what's marked as exhibit number. Number 600. I mean, you knew that Mr. Paul had an appointment based upon your review of his records on August 18th, 2022. True?
August 18th?
Correct.
Do you have the records that I could just review to make sure that he had one on the 18th?
Judge, if I show them the records, I'm going to just show you the records for refresh your memory.
That's fine. Thank you.
Was that the whole pack you gave him? Okay.
Yes, I found the appointment records for the 18th.
And it does show Mr. Paul having an appointment that day, too.
That's correct.
And the records had shown, or testimony had shown, that on that day he had gone to the orthopedics with Ms. Pavlons. I mean, based upon your investigation, you knew that, true?
On the 18th,
Yes.
I don't recall if Ms. Pavlons went with him that day. On the 18th.
Well, I'm showing you what's marked as exhibit number 600, just for the witness.
It's up here.
I'm just going to show you briefly. Does that appear to be a video of the dash cam of Mr. Paul entering the orthopedics on August 18, 2022?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to publish this to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, so it's admitted, and you may.
Bless you. It appears at the beginning of this video that Mr. Paul's about ready to enter the orthopedics parking lot, true?
Correct.
There seems to be traffic exiting
Yes.
the video, true? And then on this date, he had an appointment similar to the time of August 23, 2022, true?
Yeah, his appointment on the 18th was at 10 a.m.
Does that appear to be what the orthopedic associates looks like to you?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of traffic coming in, a lot of traffic going out, a lot of vehicles parked in the parking lot as far either employees or patients, true?
Yes.
I'm going to play it again. And as you're approaching the building, if I stop it here, the building seems to have windows all along the side facing the woods, true?
Does have windows, yes.
The windows on this side of the building facing south appear to have windows all along that side of the building, true?
There are windows. Some of them are much shorter than the other, like windows towards the end of the building.
And did you ever enter that building?
Yes.
And the reception area, the employee is facing the parking lot, true?
The reception for the OAW building?
Correct.
Yes.
The employees are all facing towards the parking lot, true?
Yes.
And the windows are in front of them, true?
Yes.
And the patients who are waiting to be treated, they're sit in this area by the windows, true?
Yes.
And eventually where Mr. Paul parks is right in front of the windows on the south side of the building, true?
On August 18th, yes.
Correct. And you're indicating, again, the reception area is facing the parking lot, true?
True.
Patients are sitting right by the windows, true?
I believe, I'm not sure how far they go back, but I believe that there's chairs along that side of the windows.
And on this particular day, there seems to be a lot of vehicles in the parking lot and vehicles leaving and coming to orthopedics, true?
That's true.
But you don't know exactly where Mr. Paul parked on August 23rd, 2022, true?
I do not.
We know where he parked on September 9th, 2022, correct?
Yes. I believe we do.
He parked in that area, true, on that particular day?
Yes.
And that's the day that you recovered the body in the woods, true?
So when we found Miss Pavlons, yes.
I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit. Exhibit number 400. Already been published to the jury, I believe. Judge Kemp.
Don't believe so. I don't know what 400, it may have been published under another number. I don't know.
I'm sure.
It was published under a state's number, Judge.
Can you see exhibit number 400 on your screen?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a aerial view of orthopedic building, east side, looking at the woods?
Yes.
I ask that this exhibit be published to the jury.
And I'm sorry, it's 400, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objection?
Nope.
All right. 400 may be published.
Again, this exhibit shows the east side of the building with the windows, true?
There are windows, yes.
And this appears to be the date that you guys recovered the body in the woods, true?
Yes.
And the windows here appear to have a view of the wooded area, the golf course, and the land right by the frontage road of a Gulf Road, true?
Those windows face east, but the first, almost 2/3 of that building, they're just half windows.
Right. Can you point that out to the jury?
Yeah. Just touch the screen.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So these windows here are are very small, like above that yellow line, they're small windows where the wall comes up and they're at the top of the wall. And then there are full-length windows on that back third area of that building where these trees are in
Yes,
front of.
sir.
That's where those full-length windows are.
And you've walked into that building, to that area, true?
I've been in that building, yes.
The area where, to the right of the exhibit, where the windows are, what's being done in that area, in the building, as far as the employees and patients?
In regards to, like, exercises?
Yes, what's occurring in that area?
They're doing therapy on this side where the half windows are is where they're doing actual, like, I think the doctors are doing therapy on the patients. I believe the windows are more of where the exercise equipment is.
And the window, or the door window in the middle, that's clear, true? I mean, there's nothing blocking that.
Well, there's a door there. I don't know what window, I don't know exactly how big of a window is on that door. I can't recall that.
You can't tell that it's all glass?
That it's all glass, the door,
Yeah.
from this picture?
Yes, sir.
I cannot from this picture say that it's all glass.
But to your knowledge, that glass there is not being blocked?
The glass, any of the glass?
Correct.
Well, there's trees in front of these, on the back corner here. I mean, there's gonna be some blockage. I mean, they're not,
Not blockage from the door to the wooded area, but the door itself is all glass.
I don't know.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 402. This already has been published to the jury. Double check. This appears to be a drone video of the orthopedic associates in the wooded area, true?
Correct.
And if I may stop you there. Let me start over. It's been identified by Detective Fredericks that this is Mr. Paul's pickup truck. Would you agree that this is his pickup truck?
I would like a little better view of it.
But there's been testimony by Detective Fredericks that that's Mr. Paul in the parking lot,
Okay.
at least his truck.
All right.
And over here to this area is the wooded area where you discovered the body, true?
That's correct.
And it's your, at least the opinion of Detective Sykes and Detective
Right,
Fredericks.
this is a new exhibit, right? He's identified it. Are you offering it?
I think we already offered it.
Or two's already in? Okay, it's already in. Okay.
I'm just going to object to him basing his question on what other witnesses have testified to, Your Honor. I think it's an improper form of question and beyond the scope of this witness's knowledge.
I think that I'm going to overrule the objection. I think the witness clarified what he knew, but and he's indicating. Well, I think it's clear what he's indicating. I'll overrule the objection.
Well, in your opinion, what day do you think Ms. Pavlons passed away?
In my opinion,
Yes, sir?
August 23rd, 2022.
So the day that she had left Mr. Paul's apartment building,
The day that she left with Mr. Paul and was last seen on camera alive at the Quick Trip.
so they had traveled apparently in the exiting Quick Trip, go forward towards our orthopedics, true?
Correct.
And on that particular day, you don't know where Mr. Paul parked, do you?
I do not.
Do you know what time he got to the Quick Trip, or orthopedics after he left the Quick Trip?
I believe he checked in with I think it was 9:33. Was his arrival time. I think check-in time was 9:34.
And do you know, strike that. it's your opinion that is it your opinion that Ms. Pavlons was killed?
My opinion is Mrs. Pavlons was killed.
Do you know where she was when she was killed?
I do not.
Do you know when she was killed?
Based upon the information that we have, August 23rd, 2022 is my belief based upon the information in this investigation.
So we know what time Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Pahl left the Quick Trip, true?
Correct.
How much time after that do you believe had passed before Ms. Pavlons was killed after leaving the Quick Trip?
I believe, based upon our investigation, between the time she left the Quick Trip and the time that Mr. Pahl arrived back at his apartment.
So somewhere between that time, Ms. Pavlons was killed, true? In your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Eventually, Mr. Pahl, based upon your evidence, enters the orthopedics, true?
That's correct.
Is it your opinion that she had killed her before he entered the orthopedics?
I don't know.
Based upon that answer, you don't know if he killed her after he exited the orthopedics
I do not.
from his appointment.
I do not.
Do you have an opinion of whether or not she was killed while she sat in his pickup truck in the parking lot?
I do not.
You don't have an opinion?
No, based upon our investigation, or my involvement in this investigation, my opinion is they left the Quick Trip. Mr. Pahl went to his orthopedic associate's appointment. He was at that appointment until the records state that he left, and he returned home. His vehicle seen on camera at 11:03. Based upon the cell phone records and things of movements, sometime between the time they left that Quick Trip and the time that he returned to that apartment, Ms. Pavlons was killed.
Do you know how do you think it was probable that Mr. Pahl drove his pickup truck into the woods?
I do not think that's probable.
Do you think it's probable that Mr. Pahl drove his pickup truck on the backside of the woods on the golf course?
In my opinion, no.
Do you have an opinion as to, you are aware that during this time Mr. Pahl was still dealing with a broken foot, true?
Mr. Pahl had receiving therapy for a broken foot, yes.
And there were times on the videos he had a boot on his foot and times he didn't have the boot on his foot, true?
That's true.
And you could see him on all the videos always limping, true?
I wouldn't say always limping. When he had the boot on, obviously there was more of a significant limp.
So how do you think, if you think Mr. Pahl, strike that, do you think Mr. Pahl was the one who killed Ms. Pavlons?
I believe that he was.
And how did he do that?
I do not know.
Do you think Mr. Pahl was the person who put Ms. Pavlons in the woods?
I do.
And how did he do that?
I do not know.
And you, based upon your investigation, again, you think Mr. Pahl did that sometime after he left the Quick Trip to sometime he arrived at his apartment, true?
True.
And would you agree at this time and day there are a lot of people driving into and out of the orthopedics parking lot. True?
I don't know how that day was, but based upon all the activity there, yes, there's probably vehicles driving in and out at that time.
And based upon your investigation, during that time, there's golfers on the hole on the other side of the exhibit number 402. True?
I'd have to see 402 again.
402 is, I think, oh, it's not up. I'm going to play exhibit number 402. Again, this is dated September 9th, 2022. I stopped the exhibit at 234. There appears to be on the building at least windows on the north side of the building also. True?
Yes.
And did you see the golfers depicted on exhibit number 402?
Yes, on September 9th, 2022, there were people golfing.
You weren't present when the cadaver dog search was done on September 20, 2022, were you?
I was at the garage, yes.
And there's been, and why, is my understanding no photographs were taken of that cadaver dog search? Is that correct? Am I correct?
You're correct.
No videos were taken of that cadaver dog search, true?
That's true.
Apparently, everyone on the scene had devices on them that could have taken photographs or videos of the cadaver dog search, true?
I can't speak for everyone, I don't know. I know I had a phone, yes.
And your phone could take photographs, true?
Correct, and video.
It appears like when you spoke with Miss George Ann Pavlons on September 12th, 2022, you recorded that, true?
I believe Detective Frederick's recorded, yes.
And almost everything you did on this occasion, you recorded, either through video or through photographs, true?
I don't know what everything is, but interviews, yes, are normally recorded.
Searches of Mr. Paul's residence, true?
We take pictures before we do a search, yes.
Photographs of when you search Mr. Paul's dad's residence, true?
True.
So every time you conducted a search, you took photographs, is that safe to say?
When we did a, yes,
But on this particular day, September 19th, 2022, your department decided not to take any digital photographs.
I mean, there was no digital video or photographs taken.
And there's been testimony, or strike that. Were you aware that Deputy Willis was told that there were at least 2 vehicles in the garage that had two cadavers or 2 fatals?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you know how many of the vehicles in the garage had fatals?
I do not.
I mean, you know some of the vehicles and motorcycles and mopeds in the garage consisted of fatals. True?
Some of them were involved in fatal accidents. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that the person died in the vehicle.
But there are some persons that didn't die in the vehicle, and some were either involved in fatals, true?
There were vehicles involved in fatal accident, yes.
And there was a total of 10 vehicles in the garage that were involved in fatals, including motorcycles and the moped?
I don't know the total number of vehicles. I can say that there were vehicles and motorcycles in the garage, yes.
You were aware that some of those motorcycles were involved in fatals, true?
I assumed they were. I didn't know that they were.
And you were aware that the moped was involved in a fatal, true?
I honestly don't recall.
And the moped and motorcycles were on each side of Mr. Paul's pickup truck, true?
I know there were motorcycles on one side. I guess I don't necessarily know exactly what was on the other side.
And then there was vehicles in front of Mr. Paul's pickup truck on each side of Mr. Paul's pickup truck, in front of Mr. Paul's pickup truck on each side of the building, true?
Yes.
And those vehicles were involved in fatals, or some of them.
I don't know.
You remember, I don't know if you can, do you remember when you took me to the garage to examine it?
Yes.
And I had been there twice with you, true? It was
Yeah. There was 2 times.
It was this summer, true?
Yes.
2025, true?
Yes.
And then the second time that I had met you there, that's when I asked you to bring the notebook that was found in Mr. Paul's glove compartment, bring that to your sheriff's department, true?
Yes.
Prior to that, you hadn't taken it out of Mr. Paul's vehicle, too?
No.
And while we were do you remember telling me pointing out the moped that was involved in the fatal?
Me? No.
And you were aware that Mr. Paul was making calls to his dad, Marvin Paul, true?
Hold on.
I mean, you received digital evidence that indicated that Matthew Paul was calling his dad Marvin Paul, true?
That's true.
And he was calling Marvin Paul on his landline, or was he using Marvin Paul's cell phone?
The number we had identified for Marvin was a cell phone.
And you're aware Marvin Paul had a landline also, true?
I wasn't at the time, no.
And it's safe to say that when you spoke with Mr. Marvin Paul, I mean, because you did interview him a number of times, true?
I was involved in a couple interviews with Mr. Marvin Paul, yes.
In fact, you went to Mr. Marvin Paul's residence, true, to interview him?
Yes.
And would you agree that Mr. Marvin Paul was very cooperative with you, true?
He let us in, he spoke with us, yes.
Right, then you met him at his front door and he welcomed you into his residence, true?
Yes.
How many times did you interview Mr. Marvin Paul?
I believe possibly 3 times.
And is it fair to say that each time you interviewed him, he was cooperative with you?
He talked with us.
I mean, you were aware, I mean, that, or maybe you weren't aware, were you aware that Stephanie would take walks?
It seems like she probably did take walks.
And were you aware that she would take walks into woods?
Into the woods? I wouldn't say I was aware she took walks into the woods on a regular basis.
Would you agree, I mean, you've been to the Willow Park Apartments, true?
Yes.
And the rear of the Willow Park Apartments is all woods, true?
Yeah, it's wooded area back there.
In fact, the apartment building is on Delaware Street at the end of Moreland Avenue, true?
True.
And the woods extend from the back of the apartment almost to this building, true?
I think they're surrounded with the golf course and things, right?
I mean, the wooded area is, would you agree, is about 1/3 mile by 1/3 mile?
I would have no idea. I would say that there is a nice wooded area back there behind the Willow Park Apartments.
As far as you know, if you don't know, when Mr. Paul's returned back to his apartment on August 23rd, 2022, did he ever leave his apartment that particular day? Was there any evidence that you gathered that he left after he returned?
Once he came back in, like left the building or like left?
Left the area. Other than him, there's evidence that he took a bike ride.
I mean, other than coming and going from the apartment building, like the entry building, I don't know if he went anywhere else.
And again, for the 24th, there's no evidence that you know of that Mr. Paul ever left that building or that area?
I don't believe so.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, read rec.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Plas, I'm going to try and go in reverse order of the top, I'm sorry, in the same order that Attorney Galaviz did on the topics he covered with you, okay? So at the beginning of his cross-examination, he was asking you about, during the interview, Mr. Pahl, or at some point, Mr. Pahl told detectives that he and Stephanie would use each other's devices. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In fact, what I put up for you, Exhibit 152, which was the Skype records, or I'm sorry, the Facebook records between Stephanie Pavlons and Sherlyn Volante on September 2, 2022 through September 11, 2022. It wasn't just her device he was using, it was her account, correct?
That's correct.
And he made it appear to Ms. Valente that he was Stephanie sending the message, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Galaviz was asking you about the crime scene and your involvement out there on September 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you if you could tell the gender of the deceased person, correct?
Correct.
And he said, well, the body's wearing a bra, right?
Correct.
And you said, yeah, you saw the bra on the body, correct?
Correct.
Would you assume from that fact alone that it was a female, sir?
No.
In your line of work, have you seen it all?
There's been some things.
Okay. He asked you about the journals and an occasion apparently documented by Ms. Pavlons when she wrote that she took a whole bottle of pills, right?
Yes.
Whole bottle of oxycodone, correct?
Correct.
And she survived, correct?
Correct.
In your experience, is it likely she really swallowed an entire bottle of OxyContin and survived?
More than likely not.
Okay. And after that, that was in March of 2021, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge of this entire investigation, are there any other documented suicide attempts by Stephanie Pavlons after that date?
No.
To your knowledge, in her journals, she'd have good weeks and bad weeks, right?
Correct.
Would you agree that oftentimes the bad weeks followed abusive actions on the part of Matthew Pahl?
That would be correct.
Often violent actions by Mr. Pahl?
Yes.
And yet, a month or two later, she'd say, I'm feeling better, my head's healed up, and I had a good day.
That's true.
Is that consistent with domestic violence victims to your experience, sir?
Yes.
Could you please put up 402, which is the defense exhibit 402? Okay. 402, yeah, thank you. Should be. Okay, I'm not going to ask you to play it yet. I want to ask a question, okay?
Yes, sir.
Detective Plennis, we're looking at the east end of Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, correct? The
Correct.
east end of the building, would you agree with me that on the far left corner or edge of this screenshot of this video is the main entrance of Orthopedic Associates, correct?
Correct.
Could you circle that for the jury, please? Okay. And is there a separate entrance for the physical therapy area of the building?
Yes.
Circle that for the jury, please. And would you agree with me that in the two videos that Mr. Galaviz showed and asked you about from August 18th and September 9th of 2022, on both occasions, Mr. Pahl parks in the east end of the parking lot on at least those two dates, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's closest to the physical therapy entrance, correct?
Correct.
That's also closest to where the body was found, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that well, let me ask you this. We don't have any dash cam video of him driving in and parking on August 23, 2022, do we?
Not that I'm aware of.
When you recovered the dash cam video 1 year later, correct?
Correct.
From Marvin Pahl's home, correct?
That's correct.
And the only thing we have from August 23, 2022 from Mr. Pahl's dash cam is him picking up Stephanie at Moreland Medical near the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Here in Waukesha.
Correct.
We don't have him driving up to Quick Trip, right? There's no
No.
video of that.
No.
There's no video of him driving from Quick Trip down to OAW, correct?
Correct.
There's nothing that shows us where he parked on August 23 of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And there's no cameras on the outside of OAW that would have helped us with surveillance, correct?
Correct.
And by the time we knew to ask OAW for videos on or about September 9th of 2022, did they still have video going back to August 23 of 2022?
No.
Why not?
Because they only retain it for a short amount of time, less than a week. I think it was around 3 to 5 days.
Okay. Are you aware of we do have OAW footage of Mr. Pahl leaving his appointment on September 9 of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And on that day and time, we know, well, at least Detective Frederick said his truck is parked right there, kind of in the middle, near your green circle, near the physical therapy door, correct?
Correct.
You see the vehicle that may be Mr. Pahl's? You said you wanted us to zoom in. I don't know, can we zoom in on that? No? Okay. Do you see a vehicle consistent with Mr. Pahl's vehicle?
There appears to be a darker colored truck set kind of went in the center by itself.
Okay. Yep. Pardon me? That's okay. That's okay. Are you aware, Mr. Detective Plennis, that when Mr. Pahl left his appointment from OAW on September 9 of 2022, he goes out the main entrance?
Yes.
In which direction does he turn?
West.
Away from his vehicle?
Correct.
There's no way for us to know where he parked on August 23 of 2022, correct?
There is no way.
We don't know which door he went in or out of, correct?
We do not.
Okay. Now, Mr. Galaviz was asking you questions about your opinion of what happened here, right, sir?
That's correct.
Is it possible that Mr. Pahl killed Stephanie Pavlons before his appointment at OAW?
It's possible.
Is there a gap of time that's unaccounted for Mr. Pahl during that period?
Yes.
before his appointment?
Yes.
Is it possible that Mr. Paul killed Stephanie Pavlons after his appointment?
Yes.
Is there a period of time after his appointment that is unaccounted for?
Yes.
Do we know, we have no video, no eyewitness to what he did either before or after his appointment, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Galaviz asked you how he killed her, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible he punched her in the head or chest as he had done in the past?
Judge, I want to object to possibilities. This is not a case of possibilities. Anything is possible.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
Is it possible he suffocated her?
Yes.
Is it possible he strangled her?
Yes.
Is it possible he dragged her body into the woods?
Yes.
But detective, he's got this bad foot. How could he have possibly dragged her into the woods?
Mr. Paul had no problem using the steps at his apartment every time he went upstairs and came downstairs. There's an elevator there. The majority of time we had from him, he was up and down the steps without a problem. He seemed to get around.
I'm so sorry.
He seemed to get around.
Continue with his workouts
Yes.
frequently. He'd go to Planet Fitness, YMCA, correct?
Correct.
Bicycle riding.
Yes.
Is it possible if his foot was bad and he did drag her in the woods that would aggravate it and maybe a day or two later we'd see him wearing his boot again on video?
That's possible.
Possible that his leg was maybe swollen from dragging Stephanie into the woods?
That's possible.
From your review of the crime scene, this is not your first death investigation, correct, sir?
No.
Is it possible her body was dragged?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
The way her clothes were, the way her arms were, her belt was somewhat unbuckled. I mean, it was buckled, but I guess the extra strap was out of the buckle. Her arms were kind of behind her body. One was kind of caught up in a sleeve. The bra was kind of pulled up. The shirt was pulled up.
Not only the shirt was pulled up, but the bra was pulled up too.
Yeah.
Is that what you observed?
Yeah. It wasn't straight across the body.
Okay. And it was above the area where, had you known it was a female, you would ordinarily expect the breasts to be located.
Correct.
I want to ask you about the cadaver dog search. You didn't record it, right?
No.
Does the sheriff's department have body cameras?
No.
None of your officers are equipped with body cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Not in 2022?
No.
Not in 2025?
No.
Does the sheriff's department have a cadaver dog?
No.
Does your sheriff's department have drug detection dogs?
Yes, they do.
Are they commonly asked to respond to a traffic stop to sniff for drugs on the side of the road?
Yes, they are.
Is that videotaped or photographed in any way when that occurs?
No.
Is it your responsibility to inventory the vehicles in the pole barn over at the storage unit, DPW?
No.
Other than going there on occasion for a case, do you have any idea what's in there or what it was involved in?
I do not.
Attorney Galaviz asked you about Mr. Paul's father, Marvin. And he asked you if he was cooperative, correct?
Correct.
And you said, yeah, he talked to you, right?
Correct.
Was Mr. Marvin Paul always truthful with you?
No.
Were there inconsistencies in the things he would tell you from one interview to the next?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Recross?
Thank you, Judge. Again, you were asked that the traffic stops where drug dogs are brought out. That's not recorded, true?
That's true.
So you equate this homicide to a traffic stop as far as level of seriousness?
No, it's a canine search. I equated the canine search as a canine search.
So a
And it is-
canine search for a traffic stop is equivalent to a canine search of a vehicle involved in a homicide?
The canine itself is the one that's doing the search. Just like, they're not doing a traffic search canine, it would be for narcotics or something else. So the dog's doing the search. Just as this, the dog was doing the search for what this dog was trained to do.
Correct. The canine search in a traffic stop for drugs, it's not recorded, true?
That's true.
And you're, again, equating that to a canine doing a search of a vehicle involved in a homicide, true?
I would compare the searches, yes, of the canine and the use of the canine.
Because again, in the traffic stop, the officer on the scene doesn't have body camera, true?
Our deputies do not.
So it would be difficult for them to record that canine search of the vehicle, true?
They have cell phones, squad cell phones.
So they can record it,
I believe they have the ability to.
and they chose not to do it, true?
They chose not to, a traffic stop?
Correct.
If they didn't record it, then no, they did not, they chose not to.
But again, in the search of Mr. Paul's vehicle on September 19, 2022, you definitely had the means of recording it, true?
Yeah.
In a traffic stop, since the question was asked, and the drug hits on the vehicle, the dog hits on the vehicle, a search of the vehicle is normally conducted, true?
Correct.
And if no drugs are found in the vehicle, no arrest is made, true?
Well, it depends on the situation, but there would be no arrest for drugs.
Again, we saw the video the jury has on August 23rd, 2022, when Mr. And correct me if I'm wrong, did you see the video also on August 23rd, 2022, when Ms. Pavlons and Mr. Pahl left the apartment building?
Yes.
Did you note any kind of problem that was existing with Ms. Pavlons when she exited the building?
When she left on August 23rd?
Correct.
I can't think no.
Was she appeared to give any kind of signals like she was in some kind of jeopardy?
No.
And when she was from there, apparently they go to the Quick Trip, true?
Yes.
And you saw the video at the Quick Trip of Ms. Pavlons and Ms. entering and exiting the Quick Trip, true?
Yes.
She seems to enter the Quick Trip, buys some item, and enter again, and entered the pickup truck, true?
Yes.
Do you see any kind of evidence or any kind of signal from Ms. Pavlons that she's in some kind of jeopardy when she entered the Quick Trip?
No.
Did you see any kind of signal or from Ms. Pavlons or any kind of notation while she was walking in the Quick Trip that she's in some type of jeopardy?
No.
And again, the pickup truck is parked right in front of the building, true?
Yes.
And when Ms. Pavlons exits the building, do you see any kind of signal or distress in Ms. Pavlons, like she's in some type of jeopardy?
I observed her walking back to the vehicle.
Right, and you see her get into the vehicle, true?
Correct.
And she seems to get into the passenger side of the vehicle, true?
Yes.
And her and Mr. Pahl are sitting in the vehicle for a couple minutes in front of the Quick Trip, true?
Yes.
And they seem to be eating something, if you can look real close, as they sit in front of the vehicle, true?
Yeah, I think they bought some food there, or she did.
And she appears to exit the vehicle prior to leaving and throwing whatever, something from the vehicle into the garbage bin, true?
Yes.
During that time, do you see any type of signal from Ms. Pavlons that she's in some type of jeopardy as she's sitting in that vehicle?
I don't know what sign I would necessarily see, but she got out of the vehicle, she threw something away, and she went back into the vehicle.
And could you see Ms. Pavlons prior to exiting the building? Did you ever see her face when she's exiting the Willow Park Apartments? Does she appear to be injured as she's exiting the apartment building?
From the video, I couldn't tell if she had any, I mean, I didn't see anything that stuck out that would be necessarily an injury on the side.
Again, in the quick trip, does she look like she's injured at all? She's limping or any kind of physical marks on her person? If you can.
I wouldn't be able to tell for any physical marks based upon the camera. She seemed to be walking in fine, based upon my observation.
So it appeared that when she left the quick trip in Mr. Paul's vehicle, she seemed to be fine, true?
Yes.
And again, when you don't know where exactly, if Mr. Paul even parked by Orthopedic Associates on August 23rd, 2023, true?
I do not.
I think you said 23.
Yeah, I may have said 22. I meant to say 22. Thank you. And Ms. Opera indicated to you that, is it possible that Mr. Paul killed Ms. Pavlon prior to going to his appointment? And you said yes, true?
Yes.
And you indicate, and so do you believe at that time after he killed her, he put her in the woods? If he had killed her before he went to his appointment? Or is she sitting in his pickup truck?
I don't know.
So it's your opinion that after if he had killed her before, he still was able to go to his appointment on that date, true?
He did go to his appointment that day.
And did you interview any of the people that waited on him on August 23rd, 2022 for his appointment?
I believe there was someone that was talked to that might have been working at the reception, but I can't recall who spoke with them.
Did any employee, tell you or anybody in your department that, yeah, something was off about him when he came to his appointment?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
And would you agree in order for Mr. Well, strike. I'll put that exhibit number 4 or 2. I'm going to show it to you again. And once it's published to the jury. Again, it's your opinion that Mr. Paul eventually carried or dragged or did something to get Miss Pavlons into these woods, true?
My opinion, no. She ended up in that woods.
Yeah.
Whether it happened in that woods or it happened in the car,
Right.
I don't know.
But it's your opinion that he somehow got her into that wooded area, true?
She ended up in that wooded area. Somehow she ended up in there, yes.
You don't know if he entered the woods from the golf side or the golfers golf or from the frontage road side, true?
I do not.
You don't know if he entered the woods from the frontage road area prior to orthopedics? You don't know if he entered the woods from that area, true?
I do not.
And in this area is a lot of tall grass, true?
It's taller.
And it had rained apparently on August 20th, 2022, true?
I have no idea.
And when Mr. Paul came back to orthopedics, came back to Will Park's apartment on August 22nd, 2022, you were looking at the way his appearance was. I'm guessing you were checking his appearance out when he got back, true?
Yes.
And you didn't note anything when he entered the building about dirt on his boot or dirt on his shoes, true?
Not that I can recall.
Anything about dirt on any of his shorts or clothing on the leg area, true?
No, not that I can recall.
Grass on any of his body, like he had been walking in the woods, true?
I couldn't see anything in the video. Doesn't mean that there wasn't something there, but I couldn't see anything.
I mean, you look for that, true?
Well, yeah, it's still video.
But nothing stood out when he entered the Willow Park Apartments after his appointment at that particular day that depicted that he had been walking in tall grass and in woods, true?
I don't know what the grass was on August 23rd. I do know what the grass looked like on September 9th. If it looked like this, I don't know if he would have necessarily had anything on his, like, tall grass. I don't know.
No, my question is, you didn't see anything on his person, on his body, his clothes, that would indicate to you that he had walked in tall grass and in the woods, true?
I don't know what I would be looking for that, but would he have grass hanging from him? I don't know. I didn't see anything that looked out of the ordinary. Like, he didn't have any burrs that I could tell, or
Right.
I didn't see him with sticks in his pockets or anything.
Or any kind of mud on his shoes or mud on his clothes?
Not that I could tell.
I mean, you were aware, and we're talking about how Miss Pavlons entered into the woods, that Miss Pavlons smoked cigarettes, true?
Yeah, I believe she did.
And she did vaping, true?
Yes.
And she did that a lot, true?
I don't know what a lot is, but I know she did do those things.
And you're aware that on the exhibit number 402, these areas are marked with no smoking signs, true?
I don't know that.
I mean, this is a medical facility.
I would assume that, but I don't know.
And we're talking about possibilities. I mean, Ms. Pavlons could have walked into the woods to vape, true?
Sure.
I mean,
Yes.
because there was a vape cartridge found near her body, true?
He was several feet away from her, but yes, there was a vape cartridge found.
And that appeared to be a vape cartridge that matched the vape cartridges that were found in Mr. Pahl's apartment that belonged to Ms. Pavlons, true?
I believe so, yes.
And you were also aware, maybe you weren't, that on August 8th, 2022, Ms. Pavlons went with Mr. Pahl to his appointment on that particular day. Were you aware of that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of my redirect. I never asked about August 8th.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Well, is it possible that Ms. Pavlons entered the woods to relieve herself, use the restroom?
I guess that's a possibility.
I mean, you were also aware, in my question, that Ms. Pavlons had forgotten her seizure medicine when she left the Pavlon residence on August 20th, 2022.
Objection beyond the scope of redirect.
Sustain.
I mean, is it possible when Ms. Pavlons had gone into the woods to relieve herself, she had a seizure?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah, I guess. It's possible.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That document was given by Mr.
Galvez,
You
yes.
can just return it to him. I'm going to talk to the attorneys about witnesses and timing before we. You can return that. Who gave that to you?
Ms. Opera.
Ms. Opper can take that back. All right.
Thanks. Okay.
But another short witness before we break the lunch. Okay. Sir, if you could come on up to the witness stand to my right, and once you get up here, remain standing to be sworn in, please. If you can face our clerk, please.
Please swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, please be seated, sir. Hey, could you state your full name
Dr. Edward Reschel,
and spell your last name, please?
R-E-S-H-E-L.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Doctor, I understand you're now retired. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Where did you previously work?
I worked in mainly the Menominee Falls area, first with a private physician-owned clinic, and then we sold to Pro Healthcare. Ultimately ended up working for Freighted.
Okay. What kind of doctor are you?
I'm a neurologist.
And how long did you work in that field?
For 35 years, board eligible.
Okay. And you became a doctor when?
I graduated from medical school in 1986, completed my residency in 1990, and was board certified at the first opportunity I could in 1992.
Okay. And you cared for a patient by the name of Stephanie Pavlons?
I did.
About how long, if you remember, was she in your care as a neurologist?
Unfortunately, we don't have the records available, which are now stored in written records back in the Stone Ages. I know that I had seen her for at least as long as her daughter had been born, so I believe that's over 20 years.
Okay. And if I told you that her daughter was born in 2003, would that sound about right?
That would be correct.
What did you treat Stephanie for as a neurologist?
Primarily for both epileptic seizures as well as migraines.
Okay. I'm guessing as her neurologist, you met her on a number of occasions over those years?
I would see her generally at least annually, if not more, depending on the need.
Okay. And do you recall, after having the chance to review some of your medical records, seeing Miss Stephanie Pavlons on May 12th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recall, was that the last time you cared and saw for Miss Stephanie Pavlons?
That is the last in the record that I have, so I would agree with that would be the last time.
Okay. I'm going to show first, just for the witness, Exhibit 161. All right. Is it on your screen there, Doctor?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So as we look at this first page, who are these the records for?
This is for Stephanie Pavlons.
Okay. And you see that this is a 3-page document on the right? I'll scroll down. If you
Okay.
could scroll down then, please.
Okay.
This is just an excerpt of the total records that you reviewed.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. I want to direct your attention to the very top of the first page, please. Right under face sheet, do you see a name there? To the left.
To the left. Oh, Matthew Pahl.
Okay. What is this area generally in these records indicating?
That looks like the. This is not a part that I would normally focus on being a practitioner, but it looks like that would be for contact in case of emergency or that type of thing.
Are these a true and accurate depiction of a portion of the records that you reviewed related to Ms. Pavlons?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 161 into evidence and permission to publish, please.
Any objection?
If they could scroll down the entire document, please.
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm concerned about hearsay that might come in if this is published.
This was a subject of another act's motion that was granted by the court.
I've already indicated that I would admit this, allow its admission.
As in other acts, I didn't know the court would overrule a hearsay objection.
Who's hearsay? Statements from?
Statements from Ms. Pavlons.
Right. Let me talk to the lawyers a second. How about now? Okay, very good. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would move to admit Exhibit 161 and permission to publish, please.
Over objection, I'll overrule the objection. I'll allow it.
Okay. Doctor, we're going to start at the top of the first page. That's where you said at the very top you see the name Matthew Pahl. That would be an emergency contact?
I believe so.
Okay. And that's information that would be provided by the patient, right?
Correct.
Okay. If we can scroll down to the bottom and to the next page, please. Actually, to the bottom of page 2. Okay. Doctor, you treated Stephanie, you said, for migraines and epilepsy. Did you prescribe medications related to her epilepsy?
I did.
Okay. And when you saw her on May 12th, what's your recollection of her demeanor?
Stephanie tended to be very quiet, and that remained. However, as far as I can recall, looking at the note, I felt that she was a bit more upbeat, and I gathered that recollection from reading further into my note and seeing how some of the things that she had mentioned to me and the request she made for further investigations and other new problems that she was complaining or of which she was suffering.
Okay. And here, can you read the note at the bottom of page 2 that you wrote?
Stephanie returns for follow-up of seizure disorder and depression. She's separated from her significant other, which was
Can you slow down, please?
I'm sorry. She separated from her significant other, which was a very difficult thing for her to do. Reportedly, he was very controlling and abusive. She has completed therapy, implying that was behavioral therapy or psychiatric and psychological care, which has helped her to do this difficult task. And then I continued, she's having some relationship stressors with her father.
Slow down a little bit, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to stop you there, sir. Why were you asking Stephanie about some of the things that were going on in her life? What had she asked to be, I guess, investigated regarding her health?
Well, generally, in medical practice, any stressors can exacerbate or worsen or make more difficult underlying chronic conditions. Certainly, she'd be more prone to have epileptic seizures or migraines. However, later on in the report, she was complaining or concerned about her memory, that she was having difficulty remembering things that were told to her or things that she had needed to be done. And that is a very common but also very, how shall I say, difficult thing to isolate exactly what is the cause of that. There could be multiple causes. And certainly stress and depression are prominent in, if not causing the problem, certainly worsening it. So the fact that she was having some stressors actually that by her admission in the beginning of the note seemed to be improved, that she was no longer dealing with that stress in her home, at least immediate home life, was an improvement. However, scrolling later on the note to look into that, our best bet would be to do what's called the neuropsychological evaluation. This is involving a 3 to 4 hour battery of tests performed by psychologists who do at least a 1-year fellowship in something called neuropsychology, which has nothing to do with treating depression, but for diagnosing what we call cognitive disorders, things that cause difficulty for people thinking or remembering.
Okay. And she didn't actually ever obtain those tests, right?
No, that was ordered at the time of that visit, but unfortunately, I believe she had passed before the appointment came up.
So Stephanie was looking into ways to better her health and better kind of her future?
Generally, people who, are, if they don't want to, or if they're giving up or they don't want to pursue it further, they don't mention it to me. And certainly I offer that test many times in my practice. I've had people who have complained to that, and I've ordered the neuropsychological evaluation, but when they call to schedule, they decide not to proceed. And Stephanie, I believe, did have a visit scheduled in the future.
Okay. Did you have any indication in talking with Stephanie on May 12th of 2022 that she was having thoughts of self-harm or thinking about committing suicide?
I did not see that. Again, the fact that she was eager to look into why was she having the trouble with memory and trying to improve it argues against the fact that she was thinking of ending her life.
Okay. You also indicated in your note that she denies any new seizures. Tell me about that.
Okay, that's generally, the purpose of the evaluations would be to ask whether epileptic seizures had occurred so we could adjust medication. And we had had some difficulty with that in the past. From my recollection, unfortunately, that is not as strong as I'd like because I don't have access to those earlier records. But the fact that she had mentioned she was not having any seizures, we had not changed her medication for several years, was, it was a good thing. That was the goal of our therapy. We don't always achieve seizure freedom, but that is the ultimate ideal goal for when we're treating someone with epilepsy.
Okay. And given Stephanie's diagnosis of epilepsy, and based upon your review of the total records that you received, which went back about a year, is that fair to say?
At least a year, yes.
Okay. Had Stephanie, based on your review of those records, had any seizures in the last year?
As far, looking, no, not that year, and I would suspect even at least 2 years, because I believe the prior visit to the the earliest visit recorded would have been about a year before that, and at that time she had not had seizures as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is an individual able to get a driver's license if they have epilepsy?
They are able to, as long as the treating physician signs a report stating that she has not had a seizure for at least 90 days prior to her resuming driving.
And if you were her treating physician, would you be the individual responsible for signing such a document for the DMV?
I would.
Okay. And if I told you Stephanie had a driver's license, what would that indicate to you?
That would indicate that she, would have had at least 90 days of seizure freedom. The fact that we don't have a copy of that form that you mentioned in the chart would imply that it's probably been more than 2 years at least. The way the state works is you receive a form initially following a seizure, if someone has a driver's license, to say that a seizure has occurred, and that starts the clock for the 90 days or 3 months. Then at 3 months, another form needs to be signed that affirms that she or he has not had a seizure in the prior 90 days. And then it goes to 6 months, 2 6-month windows, so another year and 3 months. And after that, a year, maybe another year after that. But if you go for 2 to 3 years, another sheet would be added to the form asking the physician or provider, do you believe that this person needs further monitoring, in which case we could sign off rather than generating paperwork that would be redundant.
Okay. Now, if Stephanie had a seizure, would someone need to call 911 or provide her medical assistance following her seizure?
Not necessarily. Someone who has had a stable, long, and established and diagnosed seizure disorder, epilepsy, as long as the seizure did not last longer than 5 minutes, generally is the rule of thumb that we use, or did not result in any physical harm of more than a bump or a scratch or bruise, which are not uncommon or following these, but generally that is the most likely outcome that one would incur from having a seizure is perhaps a minor injury from a fall or a bump. In that case, generally, I would advise my patients, no, you do not need to activate EMS and have an ambulance show up at your door or go to the emergency department and wait to have them say, okay, we know you have seizures. We can do your blood levels. We won't, especially the medications that she was on, we would not have received a result for at least a day or two anyways. And she most likely would have been released after a long, uncomfortable wait when she'd much rather be at home just resting.
Okay. Now, are seizures and the type, particularly the type of seizure disorder that Stephanie had, is that likely to cause her great harm or even death?
It can. It is a possibility, but it's very unlikely. The vast majority of people who have even recurrent seizures will, again, have minor injuries, but typically, unless they happen to be unfortunately swimming at the time, where you occasionally see a drowning incident, or very rarely someone might smother if they're in bed overnight. But that likelihood is probably certainly less than 5%, probably much less than 1%.
No other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Doctor, when you look at Exhibit 161, do you recall what address Ms. Pavlons was using for her treatment with you?
I would have to see the record.
Yeah, please.
Madam, quickly, please put Exhibit 161 back up.
If you could scroll to the top. Okay. Ms. Pavlons was providing an address in Delafield, correct?
That is what was on the record.
Okay. And you indicated that you were treating her for her epilepsy and migraines, correct?
Correct. And
you also said that there is correlation between stressors and having seizures, correct?
Correct.
In the notes, it indicated that Ms. Pavlons was concerned about her dependence on oxycodone. You likewise shared that concern, right?
I do recall there was, I had prescribed oxycodone for in the past. Unfortunately, I do not have the actual note. I only have a pasted, as they call it, note from one of my prior notes that she had failed to urine drug screens where she had unprescribed medication I had not prescribed noticed in her urine, and for that reason I had stopped providing oxycodone for her.
Okay. And she self-reports whether she has seizures to you or not, correct?
That is correct.
That's how you learn your information?
That is correct.
And she does testify that she had maybe some mild seizure symptoms, maybe that wake her up, but other than that, she said there aren't any seizures.
I believe they were like hand twitching type of things that she would notice that she had reported, but that can be a precursor, a very minimal epileptic seizure, but did not stop her from being able to drive or function.
And that's what, and if, obviously, if somebody wants to drive, if a patient of yours wants to drive, they're likely not going to report that they're having seizures, correct?
Certainly that could be.
So you were prescribing her medication, correct?
Yes.
So what happens if somebody doesn't take their seizure medication?
That does certainly increase the risk of having an epileptic seizure, but does not guarantee it.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, any redirect?
No.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:07. Let's break about 1:15 or so, and then we will see how far we get this afternoon, okay? I'll check with the lawyers and see what kind of witnesses. All right, thank you very much.
All rise for the jury.
Should I make it 1:30? Yeah. You guys are okay with 1:15? 1:15, okay, very good. All right, have a seat, everybody. All right, prior to Dr. Reschel's testimony and the use of exhibit number 161, which were Ms. Pavlons' medical records, Mr. Wolf objected on a hearsay basis, and I called a sidebar, and the state explained from their perspective that these were records that were used for diagnosis for medical purposes. And I indicated that I would allow the testimony and the exhibit. 90803 sub 4 talks about exceptions to the hearsay rule. The statements made for purposes of medical diagnoses or treatment and describing medical history or past or present symptoms, pain, or sensations, or the inception or general character of the cause or external source thereof insofar as reasonably pertinent to diagnosis or treatment. Dr. Reschel was her neurologist, not a foot doctor. And so her beliefs, her concepts, her thoughts, the way her brain was working, her concerns, her worries, and the other testimony about epileptic seizures and medication were all relevant in regards to and pertinent to diagnosis or treatment. Again, he's a neurologist. Those are the things neurologists talk about with patients. And again, not saying that foot doctors aren't important, but she wasn't there for treatment of her feet or, treatment of, or orthopedic treatment. So I allowed the testimony. That's all the record I need to make. Anything else before we break from the state?
No, Judge.
Defense? No, Judge.
Okay, we'll see you at, everybody in their seats at 1:15 then. Thank you.
Judge, did the court decide how late we're going to go today?
Not yet.
Okay.
How many minutes do you have?
We have 5.
An issue that I want to take up, then I'll note the jurors are not here, but all attorneys, Mr. Pahl, are here. My understanding is that the state has a witness who is in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's not a provision to bring that person in any kind of civilian clothes or anything like that. All right. So what I'm going to do with consultation with our bailiffs is have him or her, I don't know who it is, just brought through this door behind our court reporter. All right? When it's time to have that person. All right?
Thank you.
Anything else from the state on that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense on that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. And
After crime lab first, the fingerprint lady. Yeah, I was wondering about that. If,
I gave the,
Well, I mean, how many-
oh yeah, do you want to do that now?
yeah, see what you come up with. Who's,
I think it's 1 million.
it's just one short of one. Who's doing graph? Okay, then, maybe you can look at his record, and see what you come up with. Brown.
Brown.
What? Okay. You said 15? Although I will be, yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah. So, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
we need a vi- I'm
We're in the
sorry.
record. Yeah?
We're on the record?
Yes.
Yes. Please, if I may ask that before the in-custody witness testifies, we have an agreement that he has 15 prior convictions, but I need to discuss that with him so he understands those questions will be asked and what his response should be.
And when do you propose to have that witness come out?
After our first witness is Melissa Groff from the crime lab, and then we were going to do the in-custody. Unless, oh, I don't know if we'll have anybody else
Let me consult. Hang on.
still in.
Please.
Crime lab Melissa Groff.
How long will she take?
I estimate 15 minutes
Okay.
for direct.
Who's going to handle her?
Me?
And then I can set it up with the bailiff so that if Ms. Gordon wants to go meet that witness to talk about the prior convictions, you're going to have to go through the back. I don't want you going out
Sure.
this way. Once we, because I don't want the jury coming in and out.
Sure. So you want me to go into the next courtroom and come back?
I want you to go into the back hall.
All the way around, you know.
Oh, yeah, I don't have access to that though. Okay. Okay.
All right?
Yes.
That's what we're going to do.
No, it's back at the war room. Ours, okay.
All right, we're ready to go. We're going to bring the jurors back now.
Thank you, Judge.
You got it, Bob.
She doesn't say anything. He's wrong about this. He tells her own story.
It was no his calls, right? Do you want him to?
All right, have a seat, everybody. All 14 jurors have returned. Thank you very much. I hope and trust your lunch went well. Your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Melissa Groff.
Ma'am, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get there.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, come on up and have a seat, ma'am, please. Could you please tell us your name?
Melissa M. Groff,
Groff spelled how?
Graf as in Frank.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
How are you employed?
I work for the State of Wisconsin Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And in what capacity?
I work in the identification section, so that deals with friction ridge detail and footwear evidence.
How long have you worked for the crime lab?
I am now in my 28th year.
And I'm just going to put up an item for you, Exhibit 135 for the witness only, please. Do you see 135 on the monitor in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is it, please?
It is Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory, my statement of qualifications.
Is this a document you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And it's a total of 4 pages?
Yes.
And do you believe this is an accurate representation of all the training and education that you have undertaken during the course of your employment at the crime lab?
Yes, it is.
Have you always worked in the identification area?
Yes.
And what's your education, formal education and training for that position, please?
I have a bachelor's degree from Marquette University. I successfully completed a 3-year apprenticeship type program with a senior examiner at a private crime laboratory in Illinois. I have received over 200 hours of comparison classes and over 100 hours of processing classes. I am also certified by the International Association for Identification.
And is the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory certified or, I can't think of the word, when it comes to the work in the identification field?
Yes, they are
Accredited.
ASCLD accredited.
Thank you.
Yes.
After lunch, my brain's slow. You mentioned friction ridge detail. In easy to understand terms, tell the jury what that means.
Friction ridge detail refers to the skin that you have on your hands and then the bottom of your feet too. And it's a different kind of skin than any other skin you have on the rest of your body. And it's different because it has raised ridges. And these raised ridges do not flow smoothly always from one side to the other. They can flow along and then suddenly split into 2 or stop abruptly. And where that happens, we call those minutia points. And then on top of these ridges, they're also different because they have sweat pores. And so like a rubber stamp, when we touch an object, there's a chance that we're going to leave behind a copy of that friction-rich skin. And like I said, it's on your fingers, and your palms, and the bottoms of your feet.
Have you been asked in the past to examine, I'll say specifically with a paper document, examine a paper document for friction ridge detail?
Yes, I have.
Is it possible to do that on a
Yes,
piece of
it
paper?
is.
Sorry. About how many times have you done that before?
I average about 200 cases a year, so within about 1,400 cases, and there's multiple items per case, I would say at least 1,000 pieces of paper in my career.
Okay. And ultimately, would you issue a report after you've done your work in a specific case?
Yes, I do.
And do you have you ever been asked to testify in a courtroom before
I have.
about your work?
Yes.
About how many times?
Believe about 28.
Okay. Okay to proceed with this witness, Mr. Wolf?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you. I would move for admission of 135, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
135 is admitted. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to put up 136 for the witness only, please, and ask you to identify 136.
That is a copy of my confidential report of laboratory findings.
And specific to the case involving a Stephanie Pavlons, is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is work that you did at the request of the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
And in addition to this report, did you also provide to me a PowerPoint or a PDF format of some slides to assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes, I did.
All right. Well, before we move on from 136, if you could please just go through the 4 pages for the witness. And it looks like pages 1 and 2 are duplicated.
It's missing page 3 and 4.
Okay, I see that. Pages 3 and 4 would be template type material, for lack of a better word.
I believe I forget what it's titled off the top of my head, but it's a appendix of what some of our abbreviations and further descriptions of what is in the report.
Okay.
Like a vocabulary list.
Sure. Okay. Explaining terms and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. So in 136, it's 4 pages, but pages 1 and 2 are identical to pages 3 and 4 of the exhibit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Move to admit 136, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
136 admitted.
All right. And then would you please display for the witness only 137? Do you recognize 137?
Yes, I do.
And this is the slides or PowerPoint that you assembled for assistance during your testimony specific to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And again, do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of your work?
Yes.
Move to admit 137 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
137 is admitted.
All right, if we could please put up 137. Is this the item that you were asked to examine in this case?
Yes, it is. That's a copy of the front of the item.
And this was photographed at the lab before you did any work on it?
This is actually photographed after I have already exposed it to indane zinc chloride. It's an overall picture that our photo people take so that it's a reference shot.
Okay.
So this is the picture that she took prior to. Indane zinc chloride is something you can only visualize with a laser. So this is without the laser.
Okay.
1 second, please. Tell us the name of that substance again, please.
Indane zinc chloride.
Zinc chloride, I know Deidre's got that, but the first word, if you could spell that for us.
Oh boy.
You stumped her. We had a German word yesterday.
Oh, actually, it's in my PowerPoint.
Okay.
I believe it's IND.
Where is it in the PowerPoint? Let's go there.
Go to slide right there. INDANEDIONE.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Opper.
Thank you, Judge. So exhibit or page 1, slide 1 is simply an overview photograph. You're telling
Correct.
us. Okay. Next slide, please. Slide 2.
That's the back side of the letter.
Okay. Slide 3.
And then this is what it looks like when you expose the piece of paper to a laser. It actually makes the chemical fluoresce. So that's the front side.
So you applied this chemical to the notes, to
Correct.
item L.
Correct.
Okay. And then asked somebody else in your lab to photograph it.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then the next slide is the back side
Okay.
processed.
Why did you apply this chemical to the note?
It's our policy and procedure that as I told you about how when you touch an object, there's a chance that you leave a copy of that friction-rich detail behind. We typically call it latent because that means hidden or unseen. When you're exuding the perspiration that comes out of those little sweat pores, you can also pick up oils and greases from your environment, and so they aren't visible with the naked eye. And so you have to do some type of chemical procedure, especially with paper, because fingerprints are made up of 98% water. And so that water absorbs into the paper. And so we can't see friction-rich detail on paper unless it's in a substance such as blood or paint or something that's on the friction-rich detail that gets transferred to the paper. So we need to do a chemical to it that goes into the paper fibers, reacts with that residue that's left behind to make it visible.
Thank you. Are you able to explain to us, from my vision or my view of this, I see kind of a lighter colored streak across about the middle of the page. Do you see that?
I do.
And then in the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, number 4, I see another real light white or lighter colored area. Do you see that as well?
I do.
Can you explain those brighter areas? What is that significant of?
It's just that the chemicals react with the paper in a different way. I did note in my notes that this piece of paper was highly crumpled. So if there is any other substance that the chemicals end up reacting to, sometimes you get a lot of background fluorescence due to the whiteners and brighteners in paper.
Okay.
It could be a foreign substance on there that I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, you didn't identify that.
No.
Okay, but if the paper had been crumpled, then you straightened it out for these photographs, I assume.
Correct.
And
It didn't come crumpled when I opened it. It was in an envelope, so it was open, but I could tell that the paper was not pristine.
Because you could see creases?
Correct.
And wrinkles?
Yes.
Okay. And that may show up as these lighter shaded areas?
They can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Slide 5, please.
So then after indane-dione, we follow up with another chemical called ninhydrin.
Spell,
and
please.
that actually turns the residue from your fingerprints purple. So you don't need a laser to see it. You can see it with the naked eye. And so this is just an overview of the ninhydrin processing front of the page.
And ninhydrin is Ninhydrin?
That's correct.
Okay. Are these photographs in the order of the process you went through?
They are.
All right. Could you go back up to, I can't tell what we're on 5, but I'll keep going, please. Keep going. Stop. Okay, slide 1. I see in the bottom right-hand corner of item L itself, the note itself, it appears to be some type of scale or ruler. You see that on
Yes.
item L? Mm-hmm. Tell us what that is, please.
Per our policy, we have to have all of our photographs done one-to-one. When we go to enter them into our automated friction-rich detail system, they need to be resized one-to-one. So our policy is whenever we have friction-rich detail that we think is possibly suitable, we have to put a scale on the item for the photographers so that they can make it one-to-one for us. So that's I call it, it's a disposable scale. They come in a roll, and it's got little stickiness on the back, and we stick it on the item, and then we can remove it after each process so that the next process can get developed, and so that the scale doesn't obliterate anything that might be underneath it.
I see. And so that, is it kind of similar to like a sticky note as far as the level of adhesion?
It's very similar to a Post-it note, yes.
Okay. And pretty easy to take off or remove?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I think we had just talked about slide 5. So slide 6 is...
So slide 6 is the ninhydrin on the back side. And if you look real close, you can see just to the outside of that scale what the backing looks like. It's just like a wax paper type backing.
I see.
So that one I didn't pull off and stick on the paper. I just included it for the photographer to put in the picture, but it's just not on the piece of paper.
Okay. Slide 7.
So this is going back to when I would do my analysis of the indane dione photos. And you'll see that there's a blue arc in the middle with an LFRD1. The L stands for the item, FRD stands for friction ridge detail 1. By policy, we have to give a numerical number to each one of our friction ridge detail areas that we find suitable.
It's a little hard to see, so can you circle that? It's a touch screen in front of you. Can you circle the blue arc you're referring to, please?
Yeah. You'll see it closer in the next.
Okay. May we preserve that as 137A, Your Honor?
Any problem with that?
No objection, Your
Okay,
Honor.
go ahead.
Thank you. All right. We're ready? Okay. Next slide, please. 8.
So I have just taken the photo and rotated it so that the L is upright. That's all that's happened in this slide.
Okay. And zoomed in more.
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Slide 9.
So it's done in Photoshop. We upload our images, and what you'll see here is green little dots. And those green little dots are like how I explained earlier, how when you have friction ridge detail and you have ridges that go smoothly and they don't stop, or sometimes they stop and sometimes they split, they don't go smooth. What you see at each of those green little circles is one of those minutia points. And so we put a green dot where we find a minutia point. And green signifies that I'm pretty confident that that is actually a minutia point. I don't believe I have any yellows. If I had a yellow on there, it would be, well, I might see something there, but I'm not sure. But all of these are green, so I felt very confident in what I was observing. The orange in the middle is an indication to me that something is going on there in the middle. It doesn't flow as smoothly and is not as clear as the friction ridge detail to the right and to the left. There may have been a crease in the piece of paper there. I'm not exactly sure, but it's an indication to me that something is a little bit more difficult and harder to interpret in that circled area.
Okay. Next slide, please.
These are the fingerprint cards that I obtained to do comparisons with.
And do you know who these cards belong to? We zoomed in, you could tell us?
The top 3 are Matthew, Edward, Paul, and
Okay.
the bottom 2 are Stephanie
Pavlons?
Jean Pavlons.
Okay.
So I obtained 5 cards total.
And those were provided to you by the police officers?
No, I had to get those out of our automated fingerprint identification system. No fingerprint cards were submitted with this case.
I see. Okay. Next slide, please.
So then this is just an overview of the fingerprint card that I had used in one of the comparisons.
And this would be for Matthew
For
Edward
Matthew Pahl.
Okay. Next slide.
And so then on my left is the questioned impression with my green dots. And I have on the right side the right thumb of Matthew Pahl. When we do comparisons, what I do is pull up the unknown on one side of my screen and then the known on the other. And what I'm looking for is the same ridge flow to start with. And then I start looking for those green points. And I'm looking for the unit relationship between each other. So if you look at the orange area and you go to the left, you'll see 3 green dots. And there might be 1 or 2 ridges in between them, and one is maybe a little bit higher and a little bit lower. And that's what I call the unit relationship to each other. And then I have to go to the known card and try to find those same points and same unit relationship to each other.
Were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, if you go to the next slide.
Okay. For the record, that was slide 12. This is slide 13.
So what you see here is my final comparison. What I do is I mark in blue. So the blue dots correspond to the green dots. That means that I saw them in the same unit relationship, and that's where I have accounted for them in the known card. The purple dots are dots that I did not originally call green. But I have viewed them and observed them after I looked at the known, and in my opinion, they do correspond to what you see in the question. And so they're marked in a different color just to show that I didn't see them in my original analysis, but I did see them during the comparison.
And then
And I believe that's it.
that's it. So what is your ultimate conclusion in this case, Ms. Graff?
So the latent fingerprint that I developed on item L was identified to the right thumb of Matthew Pahl.
Okay. I'm going to show you this item that has been admitted as Exhibit 53. Do you recognize 53?
I do.
Is that item L?
Yes, it is.
And is that how it came to you at the crime lab, in that envelope on the right side of the packet?
In this envelope, yes, not in the plastic.
Okay. And there's a sticker on there showing that it came to your crime lab, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Here's the question for you, Ms. Graff, if you can explain. We've had some testimony here today that it appears the bottom of item L has been ripped or altered in some fashion. It's not perfectly rectangular any longer. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
Do you have any explanation for that? And if you can look in the envelope if you need
Well,
to.
no, and in looking at it now, it looks more cut
Okay.
than torn, and there's also a tag in here of Stephanie's. She would have been the DNA analyst.
I see.
I'm wondering, and I'm not 100% sure, that she may have looked at this item after I did.
Okay.
And that may have been something that she had done.
Can you look in the big brown envelope?
In the envelope?
Yeah, I think it's been cut.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's my initials on the bottom of the... If I would have done this during the last process that I do as physical developer, that's followed up after the ninhydrin. And sometimes physical developer weakens the bonds of the paper and it actually disintegrates. This is not a disintegrate, this is a cut.
Okay.
I would not have cut the item. And my initials are actually at the bottom of this piece.
Okay.
Which is how, per policy, I am supposed to initial and date and put the item number on each piece of evidence when I'm completed with it.
Okay. And you're telling us you can't say with certainty, but it's possible another analyst at the lab may have cut it for her processing.
It's possible.
Okay. But we do have the whole note there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Ms. Graff, you said your lab is accredited. Who accredits your laboratory?
It's the Crime Lab, American Crime Lab Society, and ISO.
Okay. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Standards and Technology?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, but you're not a member of that organization at all?
I am not personally,
Okay.
no.
You said you identified Mr. Paul's thumbprint on the note, correct?
That's correct.
And that would be consistent with somebody picking up that note, correct?
It's consistent with somebody touching the paper. That's all I can say.
So you can't say at all how it was particularly handled at all?
No.
And you also said that various factors impact on whether or not a fingerprint is left on an item, correct?
That's correct.
So you can't rule out that anybody else handled that?
No, I cannot.
Okay, nothing further on it.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing on that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you. Do you
All right,
want me
and
to leave this?
You know what, Ms. Opper will take care of that, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
We have a different witness to present, Your Honor, than
Okay.
what had been discussed earlier.
All right, that's fine.
Oh, let me assemble this first.
Do you want a glove?
And is that person on their way in?
Yes,
Detective Stilling is in the courtroom.
All right, sir, why don't you come up to the witness stand to my right, remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up there, please.
You swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, have a seat, sir. And tell us your full name.
Jeremy Stilling,
All right, spell your first name for us.
Jeremy.
All right, go ahead.
how were you employed, sir?
With the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked for the sheriff?
Since January of 2015, 10 and a half years.
Okay. And what's your current role?
I work as a detective in the Detective Bureau.
Directing your attention to the date of September 18, 2023. Were you working in the Detective Bureau at that time, sir?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked to assist in executing a search warrant at the apartment of Matthew Pahl located at 1001 Delafield Street in the city of Waukesha?
Yes, I was.
And you were one of several officers present for that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Were you tasked with searching a particular area of the apartment?
Yes.
What area was that, sir?
There was a bookshelf, it's a smaller apartment, bookshelf against the wall, and then there was a closet just next to the bookshelf, which ran adjacent with the kitchen countertop, I believe it was.
Okay. I'm going to put up a photograph by way of previous agreement. I'll just ask to publish, please, number 172. Do you recognize Exhibit 172, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and is this the area you were just describing for us?
Yes, it is.
Where's the bookshelf?
On the right side,
Okay.
the black shelving unit.
And the closet?
To the left of that with the brown sliding doors and a gold handle.
Okay. And the door's actually open in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. In searching that closet, did you locate any items of interest relative to this investigation?
Yes, there was a piece of paper that was located on the top shelf. It was in some form of a box. I believe in my report I described it as an envelope box. And on said piece of paper, it had something to the extent of non-extraditable countries or countries with no extradition.
Okay. If we could please display 173. What is 173, please?
It is the note that I was speaking of.
Okay. It's a little hard to read. I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to zoom in a little bit. Okay. And we're looking at this white piece of paper, sir?
Yes.
And at the top on the right-hand side of the paper, what do you see there?
I see a number 1 circled with no extradition written right next to it.
Okay. And then below that?
Below that, I see a 2 with an X, 100K at, and then additional countries, multiples circled.
Does that actually say look at instead of 100K?
Yes, it does. Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
So the X means look at. And then there's a list of words there, correct?
Yes.
You recognize those words?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
Countries with no extradition.
Countries all around the world.
Correct.
Okay. And if the key of this note is to be believed, the ones that are circled don't extradite, and the ones with an X need to be looked at.
Correct.
Okay. You found this in the belongings of Matthew Pahl on September 18, 2023.
Yes, in that closet.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination?
Right. I got the witness, Judge.
Go ahead.
Detective, you were searching the whole residence, is that true?
My primary focus was that area that was depicted in the picture, sir.
That closet only?
Closet and the bookshelf.
And that note was with other items?
It was with additional pieces of paper, yes.
And what were on those other pieces of paper?
I could not recall.
Do you know who wrote that note?
I do not.
Do you know when that note was written?
I do not.
The note seems like it's, do you have the note here with you?
I do not have the note, sir.
Do you know how long the note had been in that box?
I do not.
If that note was written 10 years ago, you would not disagree with me, would you?
I wouldn't know if it was written 10 years ago or the day of.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Redirect?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Jesse Chilson.
Come on up, please, to the witness stand to my right. And once you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand. Face up quick over here.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, please. And could you please tell us your name?
Jessica Chilson,
Spell the last name.
Chilson.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi,
How are you employed,
I'm a manager at Willow Park Apartments.
and how long have you worked down there?
About 5 years.
Okay. Do you know Matthew Pahl?
Yes, he was a resident at our residency.
Do you remember when he came to live at the Willow Park Apartments?
I'm not 100%, but I do believe it's like 2022.
Okay. If I show you a copy of his lease, would that help you know for sure?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask to display for the witness only Exhibit 167. It'll come up on that screen to your right there, ma'am.
He was November 1st of 2021.
Okay. And the exhibit that's on your screen there, 167, is that a copy of his lease?
Yes, that's the original lease.
Okay. And do you believe this is a true copy of the lease? In other words, nobody's altered it or changed it before court?
No, nobody's altered it.
Okay. Oops. So November 1 of 2021, Mr. Paul signed a lease with the Willow Park Apartments, correct?
Correct.
Was he allowed to have any roommates?
He can have guests, but nobody living with him.
Was that a rule of his rental agreement?
Yes.
Was it, if you had learned that he had somebody living with him, would that have been a violation of the rules?
Yes.
What would have been the consequence?
He would get a verbal warning, and then we would end up giving him 5-day notices. And we give him up to 3 5-day notices that he cannot do that.
Okay.
And then we end up evicting for
This
not obeying the rules.
Okay. This is a secure building, right?
Correct.
And about how many units are in the building?
About 120.
Okay. And there's many doors that lead into and out of the building?
Yeah, but they're all locked. You have to have a key access to get into them.
Okay. And would it be possible for Mr. Paul to sort of prop a door open and let somebody in?
Yes.
Okay. Are there cameras at the Willow Park Apartments?
They weren't at the time.
2022?
No, they were not cameras at the time.
Okay. You remember giving police officers access to your video recording
Yes.
system
Yes.
in August of 2022?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we did have cameras. We just got new camera system.
I see. Okay.
So sorry.
That's okay. So since all this happened, you've replaced it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But back then, in 2022, you did have several visits from the sheriff's office, right?
Yes. The
And
SWAT
they-
team was there.
Sure. But they also came and asked for your video, right?
Correct. Yeah, they took it a couple of times.
And you helped them retrieve it from your system?
Yes.
Okay. And the video cameras show all the doors and people that are coming and going?
Yes.
Okay. If Mr. Paul rented the apartment solo as a single occupant of the apartment, would he have gotten one key to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. For the witness only, I'd like to, well, I move to admit 167, Your Honor, but I'm not asking to display it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, 167 is admitted.
And then for the witness only at this point, 168, please. Do you see what's shown on your screen there, ma'am?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is this?
That is something that Mr. Paul gave me to make that if anything ever happens to him or he needs to have somebody access, we can let them in his unit.
Okay.
Without him saying, or without him being there, saying that it's okay to enter.
So if suddenly he's not there sometime, he's giving a permission to somebody else to get into his apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe this is a true representation of that letter you got from Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Move to admit 168, permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
168 is admitted. You may publish.
All right, it's a little hard to read. Are you able to read that, Ms. Chilson? Would you rather I read it?
I, Matthew Pahl, give Kathy Powell and Marcus Powell and their choosing of moving company premises to move all my belongings, property off my property room. 317, apartment 317 at any time upon my request.
Okay, and then it's signed, thank you.
Thank you, 9/20/2022. And I signed it, and so did Mr. Powell.
Okay. You remember him bringing that letter to you?
Yes.
Did you ask him for that letter?
No.
He just presented it to you and
Yes.
asked you to put it in his file?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
So Mr. Paul was on the lease, true?
Yes.
And he was allowed to have a guest at his apartment, true?
Yes.
How long is the guest allowed to stay?
About 2 days. And if the guest is somebody that's from out of town, then they would say about a week to 2 weeks. And if it has to be longer, they have to contact the office.
So out of town would be out of the city of Waukesha?
No, out of town, like up north or a different state or something that they're visiting for a long periods of time as far as on a vacation.
How does the tenant know that that's what out of town means?
We explained it to them at the time of the leasing.
So the guest is allowed to come over and stay. Are they allowed to bring clothes as far as a change of clothing?
Yes.
Now, as far as you know, were there any complaints from any other tenants that lived in the building against Mr. Paul?
No.
No one complained about loud noises?
No.
No one complained about yelling occurring inside the apartment?
No.
In regards to that exhibit you were showing, that letter that Mr. Paul gave you dated September 20th, 2022, you received that again from Mr. Paul, true?
Yes.
And had he traveled to the Philippines and, God forsaken, died in the Philippines, would his parents been allowed to?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
excused. Next.
State calls Kyle Kobeck.
Sir, if you come up to the witness stand to my right, and once you get up here, remain standing and raise your right hand. And if you could face our clerk over here.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, have a seat, sir. Can you tell us your name, please?
Kyle Hobeck.
Spell both the first and last.
Kyle, K-Y-L-E, Hobeck, H-O-B-E-C-K.
Okay, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Holbeck.
Hello.
All right, I'm just going to ask that you talk slowly, okay, so the court reporter can take everything that you say down. At some point in the summer of 2022, do you recall coming across a Facebook marketplace sale for a power washer?
Yes.
Okay. Do you buy a lot of things
Yes.
on Facebook Marketplace?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You just have to wait until I finish
Okay,
the
sorry.
question, okay? It sounds like you're a little nervous. So why were you trying to buy a power washer?
To fix, to resell.
All right. Is that kind of a business you have?
Yes.
So who did you contact on Facebook about buying a power washer?
Profile by the name of Stephanie.
All right. And did you know this person?
No.
Ever meet her in person before?
No.
So you just see the post and you send her a message?
Correct.
That's pretty much how Facebook Marketplace works, right?
Yes.
You see something you're interested in, you might send a message to the seller, see if it's still available.
Yes.
Okay. So that happens on July 19th of 2022. That sound about right?
Okay. Yes.
And then throughout July, do you and Stephanie kind of go back and forth about whether you're going to meet up for the power washer and begin to have kind of a conversation?
Correct. Yes.
Now, at some point, I want to say on August 9th of 2022, you still hadn't met up with Stephanie, right?
Correct.
You had engaged in some conversation over Facebook Messenger, I should say.
Yes.
And on August 9th, do you recall exchanging phone numbers with Stephanie so that you could actually text instead of just communicating through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And after August 9th, do you remember continuing to try and contact Stephanie to get in touch with her?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall sending Stephanie a Facebook message on August 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and August 27th of 2022?
Yes.
August 31st of 2022?
Yes.
And then a final message on August 31st.
Yes.
When you hadn't heard anything from Stephanie, did you get any responses to any of those messages?
When the response stopped, I received a text a few weeks later from another number.
Okay. So do you recall on September 14th then sending Stephanie a text message to her cell phone rather than communicating through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 174. So I'm going to show it just to you first. It's going to come up on your screen right there in front of you. It's going to take a second. All right. Do you see what we have in front of you there?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a number with the last digits of 8558. Do you recognize that number?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your number?
Yes.
And what's the message that you sent to Stephanie?
You still got the pressure washer for sale.
Okay. And that's a message you sent to Stephanie on September 14th at 1:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a response to that text message?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And then you said a couple days later you got a message from a different number?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to move Exhibit 174 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, you may do so.
All right. So this is that message that we just talked about that you sent to Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I can show for just the witness, please, Exhibit 175. Were you familiar with the number that sent you a message talking about the power washer?
I was not.
Okay. I'm going to show you at the top of your screen. Can we go to the top, please? This is Exhibit 175. Do you recognize the phone number that's at the top?
I do not.
Can you please read that?
262-666-36.
And do you recognize these messages?
Yes, I responded to that message,
Okay.
questioning which pressure washer it was.
Okay. I would move Exhibit 175 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
175 is admitted.
Mr. Hobuck, do you recall giving law enforcement, they came to talk to you and they actually took a screenshot of your message, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the message on the left, who is that from? The message at the very top.
Unknown.
Okay, so that's coming from that number at the top that you don't know?
Correct.
Can you please read what it says?
I have your info from one of my workers who wasn't doing her job. There's a note you're interested in a pressure washer that is for sale yet.
Okay, and at the bottom, underneath that message, does it say the date and time that you received that, or that it was sent?
September 17th at 2:41 p.m.
Okay, and did you respond to that message?
Yes.
What did you say?
I'd buy a pressure washer. What do you got?
Did you know if this was referencing the same power washer or pressure washer that you'd been talking to Stephanie about?
I assumed because that was the only one I hadn't picked up.
Okay, so you had been making a lot of Facebook Marketplace purchases, and this was kind of an outstanding purchase?
Yep.
All right. And it looks like then you sent 4 more messages following September 17th and did not get a response. Is that
Correct.
true? Okay. And so, fair to say that you did not have any contact with Stephanie Pavlons after August 23rd of 2022?
No.
Okay. And you attempted to make contact and never received a response?
Correct.
And ultimately then you received a text message from an unknown number?
Yes.
Did you know how this number was related to Stephanie?
I think earlier in the conversation she was selling stuff for her employer, so I figured this was her employer.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, any cross?
Just a few questions, sir. So earlier in your conversation with Stephanie, she had told you she worked for somebody, true?
Yeah, she worked for a landscaping company, she said.
And she was trying to sell this
Some equipment.
on behalf of her employer.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you very, or any correct?
No.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
And by the way, I appreciate your dressing up for court.
Thank you.
On an everyday basis, you should see what people wear when they come in.
Judge, I think we just need a minute with the court to talk about the next witness.
Okay, let's take a short break, okay?
All right, Jerry.
Okay, the jurors have left. Have a seat, everybody.
So, Judge, we are not going to be bringing that in-custody witness next. We have our next witness is the lengthy witness, but I just wanted to let the court know that we weren't going to be bringing that witness in the jail next.
Okay, so it's just a little bit after 2 o'clock. And this witness, it's a detective?
Yes.
Schrader, is it?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I sent the jurors out, and anybody else need a break for a moment or anything? All right, go ahead, because they usually take a number of minutes before they come back in any event. Let's take a break for about till 1:15, okay?
And he wanted to know if there's a
Let's go back on the record now.
Now we switch sides.
All right, the parties are present. The jurors are not here. My understanding is that this witness will not be done with direct examination today. Is that correct, Ms. Gordon?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And I know at least one of our jurors expressed some desire to celebrate Halloween with their children, or child. And my understanding is that this witness is going to, testimony is going to be about timelines and information gained?
Yes.
All right, so then I might, in about 2 hours, figure we might stop at about that point.
Okay.
All right, just so everybody knows, all right? And then how many witnesses after that from the state, do you think?
Maybe 1 or 2.
You will be done on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, all right, very good. Then let's bring the jurors back. Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Galloway, something?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. They were using the bathroom. So thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I think what's going to happen is this. I'm told that our next witness is going to take, is not going to finish today, okay? And so, you know, I'm not going to go into the evening hours. I know that at least one of the jurors expressed some desire to have some family time for trick or treat today, and I understand that. I'm going to go home, turn off all the lights, and hide in the basement. But, and I'll try to, so I'm going to try to break about 4 o'clock or something like that, okay? And then we'll let everybody go. We know for sure that the state's case will continue on until Monday at least. And then I think we're probably on track and might finish up early. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but maybe before Friday next week. We'll know better on Monday, okay? So with that, let's have your next witness, please.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Schrader.
Sir, come on up to the witness stand to my right. Remain standing and raise your right hand once you get up here.
The testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please be seated. State your name, please.
First name David, D-A-V-I-D. Last name Schrader, S-C-H-R-O-E-D-E-R.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Detective, where are you employed?
I am employed as a detective with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned to our computer forensics lab.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I was hired as a deputy in December of 2014. Was promoted to detective in December of 2019. Within about 2 months of that, I was put into my position that I'm currently in.
You said you are assigned to the computer forensic lab. What does that mean?
For our computer forensics lab, the primary, what we do is to identify, acquire, process, analyze, and report on electronically stored data. It's a long way of saying that we look at cell phones, computers, USBs, analyze that data, preserve that data for courtroom purposes. We also deal with historical cell site location analysis, which would be, whether you know it or not, your cellular provider, so AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, are keeping records that contain tower location information for every call, every text that you make. We as law enforcement utilize that information to get general locations of cellular devices.
To be in the computer forensic lab and to conduct a lot of these examinations of devices, do you need particular training and certifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
So the majority of my training is at the United States Secret Service National Computer Forensics Institute, that is in Alabama. Down there I have over 500 hours of training. That ranges from Windows forensics to Mac forensics to Android and Apple, device repair, network intrusion, pretty much anything tech-based. I have a certification from the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, which certifies me as a computer forensic examiner. As part of that, I am a peer review coach for them, which means other candidates that want to acquire that certification. It's a 4-month process. They have to do different problem sets, and I'm assigned to review their work and coach them through the process. I also hold individual certifications in the various tools that we use, some of which you'll hear here are going to be Celebrite, maybe Axiom, Gray Key. So I hold certifications in all the tools that we use as well. On top of that, I have, I guess, enough experience. Since 2022, I have forensically examined over 500 individual devices, and I'm an instructor for Celebrite. So when I'm not working here, I'm a contract instructor for them and teach digital forensics. I teach their core classes, which would be regarding extractions of data, analysis of that data, and best practices in digital forensics. In terms of the historical cell site analysis, I've attended training through ABM Intel. They are a third-party training vendor for CellHawk. CellHawk is something that you'll hear quite a bit in my testimony. They hire third parties to teach their software and how to conduct record analysis of call detail records. In terms of experience with those, I think I've analyzed records in over 90 cases, and the total amount of records is in just north of 4 million records.
All right, excuse me for a second. You said you're going to use the term CellHawk. I presume that's a brand name?
That's correct,
Can you
yes.
spell that out for us, please? It sounds just the way it sounds.
Yep, CELLHAWK.
All right, thank you.
You said you've analyzed over 4 million records.
If you're going to count every individual record that is in the returns that we get, yes, it's over 4 million records.
And are you the individual at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department that is responsible for any of that cell phone tower mapping that you've briefly described for the jury?
Yes, I do have another partner that does it with me, but I am our primary person that does this analysis.
Okay, and so you've told us that you work in the computer forensic lab. Is it just you, or do you have any partners in the lab?
I have one partner in the lab with me.
And are you and your partner responsible for what we've heard to be downloading and extracting the data from digital devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you do that for both your department and assist other agencies?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this case, were you asked to assist in a death investigation related to a suspect and ultimately a defendant of Mr. Matthew Pahl related to a body that was found in the woods near OAW on September 9th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
So initially, what was your role in the investigation?
Very first thing I did was analyze extract cell phone data from what was identified as the decedent's old cell phone.
Okay, so that would be the victim, Stephanie Pahl?
Correct.
When you extract the data, can you just give us a pretty brief understanding of what exactly is happening and how you know that you're getting all the right data?
Yeah, so the tools we use, due to modern technology and encryption, reading the physical memory chip at like a binary level is not possible. So what our tools do on modern cell phones is conduct what we call a full file system extraction. That extraction of data extracts all live files available on the phone and puts them into a zipped container. So a lot of it is tables containing information, log files, your pictures, your text, your calls, and a bunch of stuff that you guys would not be able to see on your cell phone, such as system files and log files that you are not able to see by just clicking through your phone. Comes out into a zipped container, and then either you have the training to look at that manually, or we'd put it into another tool to analyze that data.
Okay. Later in the investigation, after a search warrant was executed at Mr. Pahl's residence, were you provided with more devices to assist the investigation by downloading and extracting?
Yes, ma'am.
What were those devices?
I was provided what was identified to me as the victim's new cell phone, and then also Mr. Pahl's cell phone.
Okay. Later on in your investigation, were you provided some extraction information from Detective Fine from the city of Waukesha?
Yeah, a lot later on.
Right,
yes, I did.
about a year after the initial investigation starts?
Correct.
Okay. And did you save all of those files into the Sheriff's Department system so that Detective Plennis, Detective Fredericks, and even yourself could review some of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so overall, there were a number of electronic items in this case that were collected, and you were responsible for either making sure someone else was able to extract those or completing those extractions at the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you completed those extractions, fair to say that you have a little bit and probably a lot more experience than some of the other detectives in the Detective Bureau with going through the phones, understanding the data that you're looking at, and maybe even finding other things that detectives in the Bureau wouldn't really understand or know what they're looking at.
Sure, that would be fair to say.
Okay. And as a Celebrite instructor, you're very familiar with the tool Celebrite that's used to actually review some of these devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as part of the investigation, you did some of these extractions, you assisted in some of the investigation, and very early on, you were provided with phone records.
Correct.
Why were you provided with phone records related to Stephanie Pavlons and ultimately then Mr. Matthew Pahl?
So our detectives that are assigned to do investigations, myself, I don't typically get assigned as like a lead detective or anything on an investigation. I serve in a support role. So the detectives assigned would typically obtain those records from the cellular provider via a warrant. Once they obtain those records from the provider, they bring them to me to either create graphical representations of that location data or analyze those records.
Okay. And in this case, they brought you those records and asked you to analyze them.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, as part of this investigation, were you asked to assist both Detective Fredericks, Detective Plennis, and ultimately the prosecution team in kind of putting together a timeline of all of the things that you were able to locate within the digital devices, but also other pieces of the investigation and put them in time order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 202, just for the witness first. Okay. This is a 124-slide PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Detective, did you create this yourself in conjunction with Detective Fredericks and Detective Plennis, as well as the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
You reviewed and created this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this seem to be a fair and accurate description of the PowerPoint that you created?
From here it does. If you want to scroll the slides, I could
Sure, we can do
confirm
that.
Yes.
Okay. Defense will stipulate. I would move Exhibit 202 into evidence and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Detective Schrader, to clarify before we get started in this, did you know every single detail about the whole investigation in the same way that Detective Fredericks or Detective Plennis, as the lead detectives, understood and knew this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you asked, when asked to put this PowerPoint together, to provide specific pieces of information from different devices in order to help us put these this timeline in order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there may be some things that you know where it came from, but you don't know a lot of details about that piece of the investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. We're going to start with slide 1. Well, slide 2. All right. You told us that you got the cell phone records for Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons. Can you please explain to us what exactly we're looking at here and how call detail record analysis works?
Yeah, so before we get into the timeline portion of this PowerPoint, it's important that we understand portions of this PowerPoint, which are going to detail maps that show like a graphical representation of location data. It's likely that you guys have never seen it, so the first couple slides here just to explain a little bit about how your cell phones work and communicate with the network and the information that we receive from the provider that helps us map that information. So cell phones, well, modern cell phones are basically mini computers in your hand at their core level. They're a handheld radio that uses radio frequencies to communicate. When they're on, they're constantly scanning the network for the...
Can you slow down a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry. When your cell phone is on, it is constantly scanning the network, looking for the best tower. Should you choose to pick that phone up and make a call, it already knows which tower to connect to. It's interacting with the network constantly while it's on. That's important. If you turn the phone off, there's no longer that connection to the network. So while it's on, it's constantly going to be recording different records. Every phone call you make, every text message, anything that travels through the network will generate a record. In this case specifically, I use what's called timing advance records. Those are specialized. Those don't require the user to be using their phone, just that the device be on and connected to the network. Those are happening all the time as the device moves around. These records are being generated and stored by your provider.
Can you go to the next slide, please?
Cell sites, I'm sure we've all seen them as you drive around, maybe along the interstate, but they come in all shapes and sizes. They're not always your standard cell tower in the middle of the woods. They could be on a building. They could be on a church steeple, pretty much anywhere. But a typical cell site is going to have what are called sectors, and there's going to be 3 of them. Each of those sectors covers approximately 120 degrees. So putting those 3 sectors together would give you the full 360 degrees of coverage around that tower. They're typically labeled as 1, 2, and 3. Sometimes it's 11, 12, 13. However the provider decides to name them, that's up to them. It's important to note that every cell tower is assigned a unique identifier that identifies that tower on the network. So when we analyze these records, we reference a cell site list, which we're able to get. And when we look at the records, we can pin that call down to a very unique and specific tower where that record was generated from. Outside the scope of what I'm talking about, network providers build these towers and place these towers to best facilitate their network. We don't determine where they go. So typically see more dense cell tower usage in like urban or metro areas, where if we get out into the rural areas, towers are much more spread out.
Okay. And the next slide, what are we looking at here?
So this is a cell tower that may look familiar to some of you, but at the bottom is an equipment structure that facilitates all the programming behind this tower. That's not anything to do with what I do. But at the top, on this tower, you can see there's a triangle-looking shape. There's a total of 12 antennas on that tower. Those 4 antennas, kind of where that gray arrow is pointing, those 4 antennas would come together to make one sector. So on this, we're seeing those 3 sectors, each one having 4 antennas.
Okay, next slide.
In the analysis that we do, you're going to be looking at like a bird's eye view, so you're going to be looking straight down on a map. You're kind of seeing on the compass on the right there, the 3 sectors, one being red, one blue, and one green. When we get the records, it'll give us the tower information, the sector that was used, and then an azimuth or whatever could be found in the cell site list that would tell us which direction that sector is facing. So if we're looking top down on a tower, due north is always 0 degrees, and then moving clockwise around that to get our 360 degrees. So according to this slide, or I guess not according to the slide, but it's on there. But if you think of a clock, every hour is 30 degrees. So if we got records back that said the sector was pointing towards 90 degrees, you could have a tower. It's not always going to be due north. It could have sectors facing any direction that they designed that tower to have.
Okay. And the next slide shows us an example of what a cell site and sector looks like. Tell me about this.
Correct. So this is out of CellHawk. So this is exactly kind of what we're going to see. This one has all 3 sectors shaded. Typically, if it's one record that we're looking at, you'll only see one of those sectors showing. So it'll kind of look like a piece of a pie. You generally won't see all 3 sectors like that unless I'm showing like a still shot, and through that time lapse that I'm showing, every sector was used by the records.
Okay, and the next slide.
We just talked, but this is more so what you'll see. If we're looking at one record, you'll have that pie shape. It's important to note that that shaded area has nothing to do with the coverage range of that tower or the radio frequency coverage from that tower. That shaded area is put on there just so that we can see or make it easier on our eyes to see which direction it's facing. Again, it has nothing to do with the coverage or area that that tower can cover.
Okay, and this is an example of call detail records, right? This is not an example of what it would look like with timing advanced?
Correct. This would be a simple, I'll call it simple, a simple call detail record. So a phone call that was made on the network, it would be this tower, this sector. That's all we would say off that record, is that it was using this tower and it was orientated facing southwest, we'll say.
Okay, and so in a case where you're using just call detail records, fair to say that you're going to have much fewer records that are actually available to law enforcement because your phone's only connecting to the network when it makes a call or receives a call or a text?
Correct. If we were only doing analysis on a basic call detail record and did not have the advanced location data, you could have very large gaps in your records, because if they're not using their phone, if they're not making a call or not making a text, you just have a gap in the records then.
Okay, but in this case, you actually had timing advanced records.
Correct.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Tell me about that.
So a timing advanced record, as I said, does not require the user to be interacting with their phone. So as long as the phone is on and connected to the network, these records are being generated. Similarly to the previous stuff we talked about, it'll give you a cell tower location, a sector or an azimuth for which direction that antenna is facing, and then it also gives you a distance from the tower. That estimated distance is based on a delay in time. So these signals travel at the speed of, I believe it's light, radio waves. So if we know the speed that radio waves move, and we know how long it takes that signal to go to a device and back to a tower, it assigns a time in advance value to that distance. Based on that delay in time, we can estimate a distance that that device would be from the tower.
Okay, and I see that this arc on the slide goes all the way from the left, where it says University Heights, kind of over the Waukesha DMV, and then down to the Waukesha County Expo Center. What's the significance of that arc and, I guess, that entire distance?
So if we were looking at these arcs, or I was doing analysis on this, let's say we were looking for somebody and patrol called and said, where should we look? I would look at this record, and I would look for typically high points along the large arc you're seeing there. So the big arc that goes around, this record is indicating that the device is likely in proximity to that arc. Somewhere along that arc is where the device is most likely located. So this specific record, I'd look at some of the places you named, but Country Springs Water Park, the DMV, the Expo Center, those are all places that they would likely be, probably not on the airport grounds, but I would look at high points and send people there to look for somebody.
Okay, so this doesn't tell you, just based on the arc, exactly where the device is, right?
Not at all.
Okay. Next slide, please. You obtained from Detective Plennis records from Mr. Matthew Pahl's cell phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these are the records that you see on your screen and the phone number that you obtained those records from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why do you need all of these files?
So these are from T-Mobile. I don't determine what they send back. We make a request for the records that we want, and they respond with however they provide those. In this case, they provided a help document, a certification of these records, and then you'll see the files named CDR meditations or mediations. That's I'll call that the basic level call detail record. That's for your calls and your text. The data sessions file is for data usage. And then they broke down all the different time in advance files by date range.
Okay. And the next slide. These were the similar records that you obtained from Stephanie Pavlons' phone number ending in 7991.
That's correct.
Okay. And you used these same records, similar types of files, but for a different phone number to track Ms. Pavlons' device.
Correct.
Okay. Once you have these records and you have all of the, it looks like they come in Excel files.
For T-Mobile, yes, Excel files.
Okay.
It varies, but yes, these ones are in Excel files.
Okay. Once you receive the Excel file, what do you do with it?
Typically, we'll put them into CellHawk. I know I mentioned a lot of training, but it's as simple as dragging and dropping these Excel files into the software. What that software is designed to do is map these records. So it's important that we map them, but in these, there's probably, I didn't do a total, but there's thousands of records in here. So if I wanted to by hand, I could go through and map thousands of records by hand, but the software will do that very quickly for us. Where it would take me days, weeks, months to map all this, it'll do it in probably less than 5 minutes. And then we'll go in and verify any key points of interest.
Okay. Once you have the records in CellHawk, are you then able to narrow it down by a specific day or a specific time frame that you want to look more closely at?
Yes, you can apply filters to the data sets. So depending on what the request is or what I'm trying to analyze, I would apply filters to see that information.
And in this case, were you asked to first in your investigation look at the date of August 23rd for these records?
In summary, yes, but I first looked at Ms. Pavlons' records. Those are the first ones I had, and gave a general overview of the device's movements for that device.
Okay. And that assisted later in the investigation with determining kind of the last known place she was, video was obtained from those areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you also able to make animations from this CellHawk software?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that helpful in an investigation?
So again, these records might not always get you down to an exact pinpoint area where the device is, but if you analyze them enough, you're able to see general routes of travel in established time frames for when a device maybe leaves or comes to an area. So I guess that's why we use the animations, is to show you guys and show other people that maybe don't have the training experience that general movement of a device.
You said that the difference between a call detail record and a timing advance is really comes down to the number of records that are retained. Is that right? There's a lot more records retained in timing advanced that are going to show you location information?
Correct. The timing advance, again, doesn't require the user to be using the phone. This is generating a lot more records than you'll call or text on your device. So there's going to be a lot more time in advance location information than there would be in a basic CDR. We also don't get that distance measurement in a basic CDR, so all I can really say is it's in this area away from the tower. I don't know precisely how far from the tower it may be.
Okay. Now, the next slide is going to go into our timeline. We start on August 19th. Throughout your assistance in this investigation, were you asked to review Skype messages that were obtained from Mr. Pahl's phone? And when I say review, I'm asking, were you asked to kind of find those within the devices and put those together?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to start on August 19th. If you can please read what we have here in the messages.
So beginning on August 19th, each of the following timestamps I'm going to give will be on August 19th. But these are a conversation through Skype between Mr. Pahl and Sherilyn, or who is Beautiful Disaster in Skype. At 6:32 a.m., Pahl says in part, "Find out about your annulment. I just want you to understand that so it's not a surprise, because it's becoming surreal for me that that soon I will be there." At 6:43 a.m., Pahl says, "Also, you really had no reason to apologize to Stephanie. I'm asking you to just leave her alone for now. I don't think she'll be a good friend anyways." At 7:12 a.m., Pahl says, "Don't make me ask you again, because I will set it up. You won't be able to talk to her." 7:38 a.m., Pahl says in part, "I'm hoping my future will be in the Philippines with a good, honest girlfriend."
Okay. And the next slide. This is on August 20th. Were you also aware that there were Skype messages between the victim, Stephanie Pavlon, and Pavlons and the defendant, Mr. Matthew Pahl.
Yes, ma'am, there were quite a few.
And Skype is a little different in how they display, I guess, the messages from who they're from and who they're to, right?
Yes, it depends on which tool you're using to analyze it, or if you're looking for records you obtained from Skype themselves, yes.
Okay. And here we have in the message from and message to columns different live usernames from Skype, right?
Yes, those are Skype user IDs.
And were you able to determine which messages come from Mr. Pahl and which messages come from Ms. Pavlons?
Yes, the live ID ending in BAB4 is for Matthew Pahl's account. The live Skype ID ending in 7432 is for Stephanie Pavlon's Skype account.
Okay. And these messages occurred on August 20th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Really, the significance of these messages is there's discussion about going swimming at the Y, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. August 21st, please. Based on your review of Mr. Pahl's initial cell phone, were you able to determine when he connected to the Wi-Fi in the Waukesha YMCA?
There was a log file that indicated he connected to the YMCA Wi-Fi at 1:40 p.m. on about 1:40 p.m. on August 21st, 2022.
Why is that something that you might, as an investigator, want to know where they're logging into Wi-Fi or connecting to Wi-Fi?
If we're talking about locations, it's helpful in identifying where they may be.
Okay, I'm going to play for you first this video on the left, which occurs at 4:17 to 4:19 p.m. And Detective, you recognize this as Willow Park surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and the next video, please. pause it, please? Oh, that's fine. Detective Schrader, you saw Ms. Pavlons come up to the door and try and open it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she then sends a text message to Mr. Pahl from her phone to his phone saying, here?
Correct.
Okay. And we're not going to watch the rest of the video, but you review the video and Mr. Pahl returns and actually lets her in as he walks out.
Yeah, he walks out, doesn't appear to acknowledge her, and she slips in the door behind him, yes.
Okay, and that timestamp was consistent with the timestamp of the text message that you reviewed from the devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going to the next slide, please. You were also asked to assist in reviewing and compiling some of the email records that were obtained by Detective Plennis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is an email between Ms. Sherilyn Valente from a Gmail address to Mr. Matthew Pahl at a Phoenix 48 address.
Yes, those emails were identified to me, but that's what I was told, yes.
Okay, so you're asked, these are kind of the important things. Can you please look at these, find these, and assist us in putting them in time order?
Correct.
Okay. What does this email say and the date and time, please?
So it's August 22nd, 2022. It's an email from Sherilyn Valente to Matthew Pahl's email account. The subject is either praying hands or clapping hands in a black heart. And the body of the message reads, "Life isn't the same without you. Please come back," with a couple emojis after them.
Okay. The next slide is from August 23rd, and this is where you began mapping some of the cell phone records. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what we're looking at here on this slide.
So this is a still shot. I applied a filter to the records. I actually applied from midnight, so 0000 to 0830 on August 23rd, 2022. And I noticed that both devices, so from here on out, the blue records will be Mr. Pahl's device. The red records will be Ms. Pavlon's device. But all records between that time frame used a cell tower on top of 1001 Delafield.
And the tower is actually on top of the apartment building where they were staying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why is it important in an investigation like this to have not just the records of the deceased, but also the records of someone that lives with her?
I'm not sure what you mean by that,
Okay.
but if you have another
I'm
question,
going to
go
ask
ahead.
you a different question.
Okay.
Why do you have them separate on this particular slide?
On this particular one, when these records overlap, they kind of look purple. So to keep it as clear as I could, these are the exact same time frames, the exact same geographical area, but I just showed the records separately to see that you could see that both the blue and the red devices are using that tower.
Okay, and this slide is not animated because they're not moving, right? The records are all in one location.
Yes, they're either at or very near that area this entire time frame.
Okay, next slide, please. Detective, you're familiar with the 1001 Delafield location of Willow Park Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what are those numbers associated with on the photos?
So the left picture is a top-down view of 1001 Delafield. I added the 7 and the 4 to this picture. The cameras were labeled internally as channel 1, 2, 3, etc. So that number 7 is on the north door. That was where channel 7 was. And then the 4 is near where door 4 or channel 4 is. Same with the picture on the right. This would be looking from north to south. So we're on the north end of the building looking at the building. The numbers slip down a little bit, but right above door, or the number 7, you can see that north entry door. And then, can I draw on here?
Sure.
Door 4 is actually down in here.
Can we please preserve that for the record, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Okay, if we can clear the screen, please, and we'll go to the next slide. Now, Detective, we've watched these videos a number of times, but tell me what's the importance of this particular slide and the timing of this slide?
Excuse me. So this is the last video that I'm aware of that Ms. Pavlons is seen leaving this apartment complex.
Okay, and this is at what time?
It's on August 23rd, 2022 at 08:39:20. She's going to walk out within that video clip within a couple seconds there.
Okay, and detectives took note of her possessions, and that became a significant point in the investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay, if we can please play this slide. Okay, and the next slide, please. What time is this? This is the camera 4 now.
This would be channel 4, yes.
And what time is this at?
It's on August 23rd, 2022 at approximately 8:40:22 a.m.
Okay, can we push play, please? Next slide. Okay, detective, what are we looking at on this slide, which is slide 19?
So this again is out of Cellhawk. Going to be a little more information now, but what this is going to be is an animation between 8:35 a.m. and 8:48 a.m. I note on the top of this slide a speed, so that is 1 second here in the animation is 15 seconds of real time, so it's not going to play at real time, it's going to be a little sped up. And then the records are set to fade at 30 seconds. So once a record appears, once 30 seconds of real time passes, that record will disappear from the screen. If you're showing a lot of records, sometimes it gets real messy, so having that fade to have them fall off after a time makes it a little more clear to see. Do you want to know what we're going to see in this in terms of animation?
Yes, please.
So at about 8:40, you're going to see records start to pop up, and then it's going to go to 8:48 where the devices are clearly moving north away from this area. So there's a blue pin on there that is 1001 Delafield Street.
And that's just a little bit north of the coop?
That's correct, yep. So it's.
Can you circle that on your screen so the jury can see that? Okay.
I'm sorry, it's green.
That's fine.
That.
And can you also circle the quick trip pin that you have so we can have a frame of reference?
Detective, do you know how to change color?
I don't, I'm sorry.
I know how to change the color.
All right, so touch that, right. There you go. And you can erase the others first if you want as well. There's the eraser thing at the bottom.
It looks like they went away, so.
Now can you circle them? Okay, that's much better.
So the first or the lower circle is 1001 Delafield Street. The upper circle is Quick Trip at 2001 Gulf Road on the city of Waukesha.
Can we please preserve that? Okay, and so you said the records will begin to animate once we push play?
Yes, and then just for reference here, not the Google icons are like where Sobelman's of Waukesha is, not that icon or the Coop icon, but you'll see a bunch of different orange dots across the map. Those are various towers on T-Mobile's network from the cell tower list that we have.
Okay. You created a number of animations for this case for a number of different days, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you include the towers in all of those animations?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Why do you do that?
So it's always important. It is best practice to show all the towers available. With time in advance records, which is what we're going to see here, it's given a distance measurement, and it doesn't always have to be the strongest tower. Any tower can register a time in advance measurement on a device. If we were doing analysis on just going back to the basic call detail record where all I have is a tower and a sector. Your calls and your texts are generally going to use the closest tower. Not always, but generally they're going to be the closest tower. So if I didn't have that distance measurement and all I had was a tower and sector, it's important to know where the other towers are around it, because I can start getting a little more detail than where the device may be. If I just had one of those pie shapes in the middle of my screen here, I would just say the device could be anywhere in this area. But if I know where the other towers are, I can hone in a little bit better to give you a better idea of where the device may be.
Okay. If we could clear the screen, please, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to see the devices begin to move around what time?
It's about 8:44. You'll start to see them moving north. It's a little zoomed out, so I'll try to have you pause when I see them moving north.
Okay, and this is, what are we going to see actually on the screen moving?
You'll see red and blue pies and arcs that are going to start to pop up, and those will begin moving north away from that. They'll begin at 1,000 in the area of 1001 Delafield Street. They'll eventually begin moving north along Delafield Street.
Okay, we can push play on the slide, please. Okay, Detective, it seems like there at the end we saw a lot of activity. What were we seeing in the beginning, and what are we looking at now that we've completed that animation?
Yes, and I don't know what second mark it was in the video, but at about 8:46 a.m. is when I see the device begin, or devices begin moving north. So we're going to step back a little bit as we go forward in the slides, but you see the different colors popping up near 1001 Delafield. If we zoomed way in on this map, you'd see more detail. But they're in the area of 1001 Delafield. They then begin moving north along Delafield Street, west on Northview, and then ultimately northbound on Grandview, which is the very large arc that's coming down, up and down on the screen there. It's right along that line in the middle where you see the Culver's icon.
Okay, so it's important to not just look at the pie shapes, but also the long arcs that are coming across?
The arcs are very important, yes.
Okay, tell me about why the arc is more important. Or maybe just very important.
So to answer your question, the pie shape, remember, is just to make it easier on our eyes. It's just showing us which direction that sector is facing. Those large arcs that are coming out where you see the individual lines, again, if we're looking for somebody that has a device, we're going to be looking along that line. The device is generally going to be in the area of that large arc. In a perfect world, and I can kind of see it on this one, but can I mark up again, please? So this record here, and this record here, we see these arcs like this, and we see this arc like this. Those are within about, it looks like one's at 47 seconds, one's at 30, so about 9 seconds apart. So if I were to be desperately trying to find whoever has these devices, I would send people to where these arcs intersect. And that's likely going to be where the device, it's going to be in that general area. We now have two different towers registering that device in a very close time proximity. Where those arcs cross is where I would send my team to look.
Okay, can we please preserve this for the record? And then clear the screen, please. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. What happens at 8:41 a.m.?
At 8:41 a.m., there are two text messages sent from Matthew Pahl's device to Stephanie Pavlons' device. So this is a snippet out of one of our tools. But the first text is on August 23rd, 2022 at 8:41:07 a.m. It's to Ms. Pavlon's phone number, and it says "I see," and then there's like eyeball emojis. Approximately 1 second later, at 8:41:08 a.m., there's another message with a capital U that is sent.
Okay. And the next slide, please. You were aware that detectives obtained some dash cam video that was a dash cam that was mounted on Mr. Matthew Pahl's vehicle, and ultimately one video from August 23rd was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
What time is this dash cam being captured at?
What time does it say here, or what time do I know this dash cam's from?
Both.
So the time frame displayed on the video is August 23rd, 2022 at 21:44:27. That timestamp is 13 hours ahead of where it should be. So the actual time would be August 23rd, 2022 at 8:44:27 a.m.
Okay, so at 8:41, there's a text message, "I see you," and then at 8:44, we have this dash camera video. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, can we play this video, please? Okay, and the next slide. Where was that dash cam captured? Where was Mr. Pahl when he picks up Miss Pavlons?
So that dash cam depicts the vehicle turning into Moreland Medical, which is just north of 1001 Delafield. So on this map here where it says V&N Productions, that building there is 1001 Delafield. So I use Google Maps to mark the distance from the north drive into 1001 Delafield up to the driveway of Moreland Medical. It's about 420 feet north of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now it looks like we're going to see an animation from 8:45 a.m. going forward. What are we looking for in this particular animation?
So this overlaps partially with the first animation we saw. Again, it's very zoomed out, but in this animation, you will see the devices leave the area of 1001 Delafield Street and travel to the area of Quick Trip, which is at 2001 Gulf Road in the city of Waukesha.
Okay, and you previously circled that pin, so I'm not going to ask you to do that again. Anything else we need to know about this or know what we're looking for before we play this slide?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, we can go ahead and push play. Okay, it looks like the animation has stopped. Where are those arcs for both devices crossing over here?
So a couple points here. The arcs are very near that Quick Trip pin, but you can see there's one full circle there. So if Cellhawk is unable to identify which sector was used, it still has a valid distance measurement, but because it can't determine the sector, it places that full circle on there. So it's still accurate distance-wise, but it doesn't know which sector from that. Yes, I'm sorry. So if Cellhawk cannot determine which sector is used, it'll map the full circle. So we still know that the distance from the tower is good. It does it as to be safe, it maps the full circle saying, we don't know which sector was used, but it's somewhere along this full circle.
Okay, and is that true for both Ms. Pavlon's device and Mr. Pahl's device that it's mapping a full circle?
I think I only see it could be purple. It looks red at this point, but you may see it on both devices in the animations.
Okay. And then if we could go to the next slide, please, slide 24. We're not going to watch this. The jury's already seen this, but you agree that as part of your investigation in obtaining these records and reviewing them, you also want to corroborate any information from cell phone records by other available evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And by reviewing the Quick Trip video, were you able to corroborate whether or not those records that you obtained and the mapping that we just saw was accurate?
Yes, ma'am, and I think that goes to show how accurate the records can be, because I actually used the records to send my partner out to Quick Trip to obtain this video.
So we didn't even know that Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons had been to the Quick Trip until you reviewed the cell phone records and saw Ms. Pavlons' device near that location?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would agree that in this slide, Mr. Pahl's truck enters the Quick Trip parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide, please. If we can play this one.
This should be a still shot.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. Let's go back. Tell me what we're looking at here.
So here you're seeing a still shot. I applied a filter to the records to only show records on August 23rd, 2022, between approximately 8:52 a.m. and 9:13 a.m. All of the arcs that you're seeing, with the exception of one, are very near the Quick Trip. That arc coming off the very top record there, so it's a red pie shape facing southwest and a large arc. That's actually a record at 9:13 a.m. and it's further west of Quick Trip. So at this point, I knew that by 9:13 a.m. the devices had left Quick Trip.
Okay. And the next slide. What are we looking at here?
Same thing. This is just zoomed in, showing Quick Trip and where those arcs are crossing closer up.
Okay, so unlike the last slide where you were maybe, there was particular times associated, you did a whole time frame in these last two slides of seeing all the records within that time frame, right?
Yes, I just did it zoomed out so you could see what towers that information was coming from.
And this shows you that those two devices are at or near the Quick Trip on Gulf Road.
Yes, ma'am.
The next slide, please. Again, you reviewed the Quick Trip video to corroborate that Ms. Pavlons actually entered and kind of corroborate the time frame at which those records on CellHawk showed the two devices being at Quick Trip.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide, please. Okay, and you reviewed all of the Quick Trip video from this particular time frame, and what did you observe while you reviewed that video when they're inside the truck?
So I believe this video, Ms. Pavlons comes back to the truck and gets in. There's then a gap in video on this PowerPoint. I did review the video between that gap, and I didn't note anything unusual.
Okay, and the next slide. I'm going to ask to play this slide, please. This starts at 9:08:38 a.m. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
pause it here. So I've paused it at 9:10 a.m. Detective, when a vehicle starts to move, how long is it going to take before you're going to start to see a change in the records from a location?
It depends how many records are being generated. In theory, it would be immediately, but it all depends on how many records are being generated at a given time. So it may take some time just to see that gap in the distance of the arcs moving.
Okay, and we're going to start the video again at 9:10. Okay, Detective, based on this video, were you able to determine what time the vehicle left the Quick Trip and entered Gulf Road?
Yes, it appears it turned west on the Gulf Road at approximately 9:11:20.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now we're looking from 9:12 to 9:20. Where's the approximate location of the devices during this time frame?
So at this time, or between that time frame, you will see the devices generally moving west from the Quick Trip pin towards the OAW pin. Based on my analysis, the devices will be in the area of OAW, or Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, between approximately 9:15 and 9:18 a.m.
Okay, so we'll start. Okay, Detective, fair to say that everything we've seen so far indicates that both devices from Mr. Pahl and Ms. Pavlons travel north to the area of Quick Trip and then west to the area of OAW.
Yes, ma'am.
Those devices, their records indicate that they are traveling the same approximate path.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next slide, please. Then we know from OAW records that Mr. Pahl had an appointment on August 23rd, and according to these records, he checked in at 9:34 a.m. You see that the bottom left, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This was a picture recovered on Matthew Pahl's device. What you're seeing on the right is what's called metadata. That holds information about what type of camera, make, and model captured this photo, and date and time that the picture was captured. So that camera model matches that of Matthew Pahl's cell phone, and it was captured at 8/23/2022 at approximately 9:34:07 a.m. And I've never been inside, but it does appear to be consistent with Orthopedic Associates type environment.
Okay. Do you recall, you said this was sent through Skype, so that's not, he's sending it through a Skype application on his cell phone?
Yes, this message was sent through a Skype message,
Okay.
yes.
Next slide, please. This indicates that Mr. Pahl checked in or was first seen at 9:38 a.m. and his time out of the appointment was at 10:33 a.m. You agree with that?
That does appear accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is another animation. It covers a pretty wide time frame. The time frame is on August 23rd, 2022, from approximately 09:20 a.m. to 10:55 a.m. Primarily, all the records are going to be at or very near OAW. And at approximately 10:54, you will see at least one record that, based on my analysis, shows the devices are beginning to move east.
Okay, so we'll push play here. Okay, what did we say there, Detective?
Again, the devices, or the majority of the records in this animation, are at or very near, appears to be the same area of OAW. And then right at the very end there, approximately 10:54 a.m., you start to see those records or arcs moving east.
Okay, so based on the record from OAW in the slide before that, with his appointment ending at 10:33 a.m., the time period between 10:33 a.m. and 10:54 a.m., Mr. Pahl's device and Ms. Pavlon's device both remain in the area of OAW?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
Time frame is August 23rd, 2022, between approximately 10:52 a.m. and 11:04 a.m. In this animation, you'll see both devices take a general route of east on either I-94 or one of the side streets there to Grandview Boulevard. They'll go south on Grandview, east on Northview, south on Delafield, back to the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay. And this animation overlaps a little bit with the last animation we saw?
Correct.
Okay, so will we see those when that moment when those devices begin to move away from OAW on this animation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. If we can push play. Next slide, please. The last slide we saw went up to 11:03 a.m. What are we watching here?
This is video from the north door at 1001 Delafield. You can kind of see outside there to the parking lot. You'll see a truck pass within this video that resembles Matthew Pahl's truck.
Okay, we can push play, please. Okay, so at 11:03, Mr. Pahl's truck enters the parking lot. Was that consistent with what you saw on the cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that again corroborate the validity of the records that you had obtained and reviewed and mapped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next video, please. This is now at 11:14 a.m. Detective, we saw his truck pull in at 11:03 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he's not seen on video until about 11:14 a.m. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
All right.
Yes.
If we can push play here. Detective, to your knowledge, are there any outdoor cameras at Willow Park Apartments that would capture anything that's occurring in the parking lot?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you actually assisted in obtaining the video with Department of Criminal Investigations to bring back to your department and assist detectives in reviewing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this the only camera view that really shows any portion of the parking lot?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide then, please. What are we looking at here, Detective?
This will be a very long time lapse, but it covers from August 23rd, 2022, from approximately 11 a.m. to 23:59 hours, or essentially midnight on August 23rd. During the animation, the devices appear to stay at or very near 1001 Delafield.
Okay. So up to this point now, you've essentially mapped the entire day of August 23rd, starting with that first animation that shows, their records remaining in the same place now through this animation going through midnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you want to see all of the records on that particular day?
At that time, that was the date that was given to me of interest, and to my knowledge, that was the last time we ever saw Ms. Pavlons on camera.
Okay. So we're going to play this animation, please. Okay, Detective, there were a lot of records there, but did you see the devices at any point move away from that location?
If they did, it's in very close proximity to that area.
Okay. Next slide, please. What time is this video from Willow Park taken at?
This is August 23rd, 2022 at 12:14 p.m.
Okay. Play, please. Okay, next slide, please. So we see him walk outside at 12:20 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Play. Okay, and we see Mr. Pahl walking out towards the parking lot at 12:20 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Next slide.
August 23rd, 2022 at 12:29:50 p.m.
Play, please. Okay, Detective, you told us earlier that between essentially this time, 12:30, all the way to midnight, Ms. Pavlons' device stays very close proximity to this apartment, right?
That's correct.
Does anyone use her device on that date?
Yes, someone does.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? What happens with Ms. Pavlons' phone on August 23rd?
So on August 23rd, there's 2 outgoing calls after that device returns. They're both to Quest or the food share or food card. So the phone number is listed there. It's 1-877-415-5164. The CPDU/food card is how the contact was listed in her phone. And those 2 outgoing calls occur at, the first one is at 3:53:22 p.m. That one lasts for approximately 1 minute and 16 seconds. The second outgoing call is at 3:55:15 p.m. and that call lasts approximately 45 seconds.
Okay, and that call comes from Ms. Pavlons' device at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it comes from, based on the records, in very close proximity to the apartment at 1001 Delafield Street.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Pahl's device is also located at or near that same location during this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. Actually, can we go back? Detective, were these calls present on Ms. Pavlons' phone when you reviewed her phone?
In the extraction, yes, they were.
Okay. And that means that they were present and had not been deleted from her phone?
That's not true.
Okay. Tell me about that.
So these 2 calls specifically were deleted from her phone. Because of the extraction we got, we recovered database files. We're able to see that these calls were still recovered. So they were actually deleted. The user of the phone would not see these. Through our forensic examination, we're able to see these 2 calls.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, we've moved on now to August 24th. What happens on Ms. Pavlons' phone on August 24th?
At approximately 2:52 p.m., there's an outgoing call to Pick and Save. That call lasts approximately 5 minutes and 52 seconds. This call was also deleted from her device.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that on August 23rd you mapped all of the records for Ms. Pavlons' phone, which indicate at the end of the day her phone remains at the residence, right?
At or very near, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Were you asked to then review the records to determine if there were any other dates that Ms. Pavlons' phone or device left the area of 1001 Delafield?
Yes, I was asked to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you create a mapping of any of those dates and times that her device left the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
If we do not have a mapping in this PowerPoint, what does that indicate the device location was?
For the records we do have, it would be near 1001 Delafield. Unless there's missing records or something, it would be at the area of 1001 Delafield.
Okay, so only on a few select dates does Ms. Pavlon's device leave the residence?
That's correct.
So on August 24th, 2022, that outgoing call from Ms. Pavlon's device would have come from at or near the 1001 Delafield apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, next slide, please. What happens in the Skype records on August 24th between 8:03 p.m. and 8:08 p.m.?
On August 24th, between 8:03 and 8:08 p.m., there's conversation between Matthew Pahl's Skype account and Norma Jean Desierto Skype account. At 8:03, Pahl sends a message that reads, "I'm really worried about something, but I can't tell you through text. It's not about me, though." And I think there's a typo there. I believe these messages are at 8:07 p.m. and 8:08 p.m.
Oh, okay.
I believe. I could be mistaken here. But so at what I believe is 8:07 p.m., Pahl sends, "Can't text certain things." And at 8:08 p.m., I believe, Desierto responds, "Okay, I understand, but does it concern you, hon?"
Okay. Next slide, please. Also on August 24th, what are we looking at on this slide?
Yes, this gets a little confusing. The screenshot on your right, it's not actually a screenshot. It's what's called a snapshot. So similar to how you would take a screenshot on your device, sometimes when you close an application, your device automatically takes a snapshot of that closed application. So what we're seeing here is a snapshot taken on Stephanie Pavlon's device on September 2nd. The reason I included this on August 24th is that I determined that text message that indicates she missed an appointment scheduled on August 24th, I believe is the first point that we realized or got another source of information that she was missing from things that she should be at. So that occurred. So the screenshot occurs on September 2nd. I'm including it here, just given that's the first appointment she missed, was on August 24th. And then there's other messages in that screenshot that were deleted from her device.
Okay. And how do you know when they were deleted?
So we can't always tell exactly when something's deleted from a cell phone, but I know this snapshot was captured from the device on September 2nd. So these messages had to have been deleted at some point after, or on or after September 2nd, 2022.
Because on September 2nd, they still existed on her phone.
Correct.
And when you reviewed her phone weeks later, they did not exist on her phone.
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now we're on to August 25th. Tell us what happens on August 25th.
At 8:15 a.m., Paul's Skype account messages Desierto's Skype account, and it reads, but I have to go to store today for things I need, and I'm really worried about somebody in my circle. At 11:19 a.m., there's an outgoing call from Stephanie Pavlon's device to the Pick and Save pharmacy. That call was approximately 3 minutes and 20 seconds. This call was deleted from her device.
Okay, next page. Oh, actually, I want to ask you one more question of that. Given that we don't have any mapping data thus far for Ms. Pavlon's device at 11:19, would that indicate to you that the device was at or near the 1001 Delafield Street location when the call was made?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we can go on to the next slide. Are you familiar with this receipt that was obtained in the investigation for prescription records of Ms. Pavlons.
That's how they were identified to me, yes.
Okay. And what was significant about this particular date and time? What happens?
That they were sold at 16:17, that's Eastern time. So this prescription was sold on 8/25/2022 at 3:17 p.m. our time, or local time. And it says that the person that picked it up was Matthew Pahl.
Okay. Then later in the evening, tell us about the conversation between Desierto and Mr. Pahl.
At approximately 6:50 p.m., Paul sends Desierto a Skype message reading, "I don't know, but I'm getting even more worried." At 7:25 p.m., Paul sends a message hoping something bad didn't happen. And at 7:28 p.m., Desierto sends, "Please stay calm and don't be worried much." And then those little brackets are from emojis.
Okay. Next slide, please. We've moved on to August 26th. What are we looking at here?
An email exchange between Matthew Pahl's, I'll say Phoenix Gmail account and Sherilyn Valente's email account. It begins at the bottom and works up. So the first message is from Sherilyn Valente, and it reads, "I love you so much, hun. Emoji, please don't give up on us." And then there's more emojis. There are some typos or grammatical errors in the message.
Okay. And when's the next message sent?
So that next message reads August 26, 2022 at 20:29 hours. That would be 8:29 p.m. Based on my review of information, I'm not sure what happened with that timestamp, but I believe that's actually at 7:29 a.m. That is from the Phoenix account, which wrote, "I can't say much now, but I think something bad happened here. Don't ask me through text. I'm not going get into texting battles with you. When you're ready to be honest, I'll consider things. Right now, I need to focus and stay positive. Unfortunately, people around me have been drawing me into negativity."
Okay. And the final message in this exchange?
The final message is written by Sherilyn Valente's email account. It's at 9:31:30 a.m. and it reads, "I won't ask. I'll wait for you when you're ready to tell. Hun, I care about you and you're important to me." Emojis. "I won't do things that will hurt you. I love you, hun, so much. I'm sorry for adding you troubles. Please come back to me, hun. I love you."
Okay. And the next page, also on August 26th, what happens?
At 6:04 a.m., so kind of in the middle of that email exchange we just had, Paul sends Desierto a Skype message that reads, "I woke up with a bad feeling."
Okay, I want to stop you there. Just to be clear, the email that was occurring was with Sherilyn Valente, right? That we just
Correct.
read. And now he's also in that same time frame sending Skype messages to Ms. Desierto?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So that's at 6:04 a.m. At 7:30 a.m., Matthew Pahl's phone is conducting internet searches or visiting websites, specifically gmtoday.com, the Waukesha Obituaries webpage, and conducts a search on GM Today for Stephanie Pavlons.
So does that mean that he first goes to the Waukesha County Obituaries page and then within that page is searching for that name?
It doesn't appear that the search is made through the obituaries page, just that it's made through GM Today's website.
Okay, so he just goes to the GM Today website and is searching for her name?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, does law enforcement know that Stephanie is deceased?
At this point, no.
Okay. Has anyone made any report of Stephanie missing, endangered, or in any way harmed?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Go on. Oh, sorry. Back to we weren't done with that slide.
Then approximately 7:34 to 8:11 a.m., there's several instances of a police scanner app being activated on Matthew Pahl's phone. Specifically between 7:34 and 7:44 a.m. Very quickly back open at 7:44 a.m. to 7:46 a.m. and then again at 8:06 a.m. and it remains open until 8:11 a.m. approximately.
Okay, next slide, please. What do we see here on August 26th?
Continuing on August 26th at 10:49 a.m., Ms. Pavlons' cell phone receives, let me see in one of my records here. So the top line here you're seeing is an outgoing call. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. All right, so the top record that we're seeing there is an outgoing call from Ms. Pavlon's phone. It's not her phone making that call. So there's an incoming call. That call is routed to voicemail. So what we're seeing is the calling number, which is 262-784, is calling out to a number ending in 9999. That is T-Mobile's voicemail. So what's likely to have occurred here is that the phone was off. Therefore, we only have an outgoing call from her phone where that incoming call is being routed out to voicemail. That's why you're not seeing her phone number in this record. At 1:28 p.m. then, there's an outgoing call from Ms. Pavlon's phone where somebody is calling out to check the voicemail on that device.
Okay, and both the incoming call and the outgoing call would have occurred while the device is at or near 1001 Delafield?
On this date, yes.
Okay. And you note for the top record that this is only in her CDR. What does that mean?
So this wasn't recovered from her cell phone. Again, because the device is likely off, just the outgoing call routed to voicemail, I do not see I did not recover the incoming call on her device for this call. So even though her device is off and the physical device, I don't see that call. I'm able to see that this call did occur based on records from her provider, T-Mobile.
Okay, then what about later that evening?
At approximately 4:32 p.m., so approximately, we'll say 5:28 p.m. to 5:29 p.m., there's 3 incoming calls. The reason I'm changing that is the top call that we're seeing there. This is from Facebook records. The top call there occurs on August 25th. The next 3 calls are back to back to back on August 26th. That's UTC time. So locally here, those 3 calls occur between 5:28 p.m. and 5:29:47 p.m. And those are missed calls from Layla on Facebook.
Okay, and you said that first call actually occurred on August 25th, right?
That's correct.
What time did that occur on August 25th?
Looks like August 25th, 2022 at 4:32 p.m. locally here.
Okay, and all 4 of those calls were missed through Facebook?
According to the Facebook records, yes.
Okay, and only 3 of those actually occurred on August 26th?
Correct.
All right. So if the last call happens at 5:29 p.m., let's go to the next slide, please. What happens at 5:30 p.m.?
At 5:30 p.m., there's an incoming call on Stephanie Pavlon's phone. It's from Layla. That call is getting routed out to voicemail. So here's kind of what I was talking about earlier, but you have an incoming call from a number ending in 6552. It's calling Ms. Pavlons' number ending in 7991. And then you're seeing that call being routed out to voicemail, which is 6552, calling the 9999 number.
Okay. So we have 3 missed Facebook calls and then 1 call to her actual phone number, all from Layla.
Yes, that's correct.
And Layla, you know to be her daughter that she shares in common with Mr. Matthew Pahl?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. What happens next?
Approximately 17 minutes later, there's an outgoing call on Ms. Pavlon's phone where somebody is checking the voicemail.
Okay. And again, these calls are occurring at or near 1001 Delafield Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Next slide, please. And we need to have the audio, make sure we have the audio turned on. And okay. So what do you see in Ms. Pavlon's phone then on August 26th at 5:30 p.m.?
So it wasn't that clear in the data, but I was able to determine that we recovered a voicemail linked to that call, that incoming call from Layla that was routed to voicemail. We recovered that voicemail from her cell phone, from Ms. Pavlon's cell phone.
Okay. Can we play that voicemail, please?
Well, I figured I'd tell you I'm in the hospital and I broke my leg. So, I guess you never answer your phone. So, I hope you call me back. So, yeah. I'm in a lot of pain. So, bye.
Okay, so that is the voicemail that Layla left at 5:30 p.m., right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Paul someone from Ms. Pavlon's device checked the voicemail at 5:47 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what does Mr. Paul say at approximately 5:59 p.m.?
At 5:59 p.m., this is Skype conversation. Matthew Pahl's account messages Desierto's account on Skype, and in part it reads, "My niece called, left message. She's in hospital and broke her leg. My God, what next?"
Based on that message, would it appear that Mr. Pahl had listened to or heard the voicemail?
Yes, just because in my analysis of the records, which is right below that, I don't see any contact between Layla's phone number and Mr. Pahl's phone number.
Okay, so you went back and checked to see if Mr. Pahl had had any contact with Layla before forming that conclusion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they had not spoken why is June 1st your starting date there?
That's about, I think, May 31st is the earliest record we have. So that was from the beginning of the records we have to this date. I did not see any contacts between Layla's phone number and Mr. Pahl's phone number.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
Continuing on August 26th, there's Skype messaging between Matthew Pahl's account and Desierto's Skype account. At 6:05, Pahl says, in part, "Remember, I told you I have a bad feeling." At 7:38 p.m., Desierto asks, "You're okay, hun?" And at 7:39 p.m., that should not be Desierto, that should be Matthew Pahl, says, "Not really," with an emoji.
Okay. Then what happens later that evening?
At approximately 8:33 p.m., there's an outgoing call from Matthew Pahl's cell phone to a phone number of 262-677-0. Phone call lasts approximately 7 minutes and 50 seconds, and that phone number was identified to me as Marvin Pahl's phone number, Matthew's father.
Okay. Based on that, did I ask you, and did law enforcement, Detective Plennis and Detective Fredericks, ask you to do an analysis of when Mr. Marvin Pahl made any phone contact with Mr. Matthew Pahl?
Yes.
Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. Is this, I have this slide and one more slide, Judge, for August 26th.
Okay.
And then I was prepared to stop.
I'm
Okay.
glad you were prepared.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What are we looking at here, Detective?
So this is portions of the call detail records from Matthew Pahl's phone number. And I built this based on incoming or outgoing calls between Matthew Pahl's phone number and Marvin Pahl's phone number ending in 0469. And what I noted is there's just over a 2-month gap. So there's a call on June 21st, 2022. And then there's just over 2 months. The next call is that call that we just talked about on August 26th, 2022. I did not observe any contact between their phone numbers between June 21st and August 26th, 2022.
Okay, and the following records between August 26th and 9/17, those are all later listed in our timeline analysis?
Correct.
All right, our last and final slide, Detective. This is the last slide from August 26th. Tell us what else you observed about activity on August 26th.
So shortly after the phone call that we just talked about, there's some police scanner app usage. Specifically, the application is brought into focus, which would mean it's the main application on the screen the user's seen. It's brought into focus at 8:47 p.m. approximately, and it's closed at approximately 8:52 p.m. It's again reopened and brought to focus at 8:55 p.m., and it's closed at approximately 9:09 p.m.
Okay, and what else happens that evening?
At approximately 9:23 p.m., Matthew Pahl's Skype account messages Desierto's Skype account, and it reads, "I really don't know. My mind is going in circles, but I did call my dad. He's kind of worried too."
Okay, thank you, Judge. That completes August 26th.
Okay, and we're at page 56 on this. All right, let's finish up for the day, folks, okay? Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to excuse the jurors now. Anything before I excuse you from the state?
No, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, folks, same admonition. We got a long weekend ahead of you. Don't look up anything. Don't try to Google anything about what's happening here. Don't look at any media accounts and so on. Be safe trick-or-treating if you're going to do that. And I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Let's do the same thing back and ready to go at 8:30 Monday morning, okay? And I did talk to the lawyers, and I think I told you the state thinks it's going to finish up their case on Monday. We'll see what happens after that, all right? Follow Mike's directions, please, and thank you very much for your time this week, everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, one other thing. Those candies, take them. It's like trick or treat. Those are not from the county. Those are from Mackenzie and Deidre, okay? And the donuts were from me today. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You can step out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for their hard work this week as well. You can sit down, everyone, please. Anything before we break from the state?
Sorry, Judge, what did you say?
Anything before we break today?
No, thank you.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, everybody have a good weekend.
Happy
and be
Halloween.
safe this weekend. Thank you.